Good evening, everyone. As has been pointed out, this is the Brookline School Committee meeting on 1/21/2021 on the 21st century. We got a lot of 21s going here. So welcome. We have a full agenda as we usually do. We're just going to start. So the first item of business is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to pass it? Yep. Jennifer, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, David got it first, I think.
Okay.
So do we have any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing, Helen, did you want something?
Yes, if I could, just a quick on the Pierce School project designer. This is just the contract with the designer, and it's the typical MSBA contract. I just wanted to reassure families that may be listening now about the Pierce School project that there will be ample opportunities for parent input throughout the process, especially at the beginning when we're finding out what the school wants and what parents want, what's appropriate for education. All those things, there'll be a lot of interaction with the community. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew that. There are 2 parent representatives on the committee, actually 3, because Dr. Liu, who's also a school committee member, is a Pierce School parent. So that's all.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I just had a couple of questions about the grant, and perhaps I know Mary Ellen is maybe now actually on. She may know, or Dr. Marini. Just a couple of questions of clarification as I was reading through it. I saw that for Title III under contractual services, we had some consultants, and I was just curious about that work. And also some document cameras and laptops for the summer program. And I was just wondering if that was enough, or do we have them? And thinking about that. And then under Title IV, there was in the ESSA grant, 38,000, and it just says contractual services. And I just was unclear as to what exactly that meant. There was no clarity on that. And it's the only thing listed under that grant. And then my other question was about gift acceptance. At the very bottom, there's just a note about a future art donation to be housed at BHS in the new Science Center. And I was curious about that. And I was just wondering if there was a little bit more information that could be provided on any of those. I mean, I'm all for accepting the grants and the gifts. I just was curious.
Mary Ellen?
Sure, I can answer. So the contracted services typically in Title III and Title IV are around professional development and professional development providers in those 2 grants specifically. And we put the notation on the bottom of the grant acceptance around the art installation because there is to give you a heads up that was coming. It's an unusual type of donation to receive a piece of art. And I know that Hal and Helen have been working on sort of with how that will all work. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware because there are typically different types of questions that come up around art and how it's selected and things like that. So wanted to make sure committee was aware that would be coming in a future agenda.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about that. Just to be whenever, maybe now is not the time, and another time when we're closer to it. But I was just curious. I was like, oh, is it a sculpture? Is it a painting? What is it?
Yeah, so you're not accepting any piece of art tonight, but that was just as a heads up that a piece of art will be coming forward and a description and will be coming forward for the acceptance. It's just unusual, so that's wanted to just make sure.
Actually, in Brookline, it's not that unusual because this will be the 3rd piece of artwork that we will have received. One at Heath School. There's a sculpture that a family owned that they donated to the Heath School. Also at the Baker School, there's a sculpture of children. I forget the name of it, but it's a famous artist that's out in the circle. So this is not as unusual as one might expect, but we can talk more about it when we have a picture and can talk about who the donors and everything.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And I guess I would just say that, you know, on the details of like the grant acceptance stuff, it's just helpful to know a little bit more about what contractual services mean in the, you know, future going. It's just hard to know. So maybe even just putting its professional development or what kind, I started to become curious about what kind of PD, specifically because we've had a number of discussions about what our professional development plan is. And so it made me start to be curious about how that fits into our larger plan of PD in the district going forward as we budget. So those were just sort of some things I was thinking as I was reading through the documents. And my last question was about Driscoll. There's a Driscoll amendment in the package and the consent agenda. And it's a smaller amount of like 7,350 that we were adding to it, but it doesn't change the bottom budget line. And I was just confirming that that was accurate. And are we assuming that the budget will be absorbed that increase will be absorbed somewhere else?
No, some of it's being absorbed by the line item, and some of it is being absorbed. There is a change order. So it is under pre-construction services, but there's a lot of funds that have been spent with abutters to kind of help them feel more comfortable with the project and to make it more palatable to them. And that's what this is.
Okay, thank you. That's just helpful to know. Thank you for the questions. Sorry, the answers to my questions.
And Mary Ellen, did you want to just mention that last item, number 9, approval of fiscal year 2021 suspension of license assessments?
Yeah, we've had a discussion within capital subcommittee and with the extended day programs about this year and their financial situation. And there are a couple extended days that are actually not open, and there are others that are sort of struggling. And so since we have covered the expenses that we charge to the rental facilities account through the reopening money and the town cares money, the recommendation was to suspend their license or rent payment for this year and provide them with some financial relief in that way. And I believe the recommendation from capital subcommittee to the committee was to recommend approval of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before we vote on the agendas? The consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead. Helen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Dimitri's not here yet, and I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you. I believe we're going to go to Claire. Claire, you have a student report for us?
I do. Okay, I'm gonna do a screen share. Okay, so this report is based off of a survey I gave actually for the last report I gave. Can you guys see that? Yeah, okay. So the survey I gave had a pretty big response pool. It's about 1,200 people. And so there was a few demographic questions in it that before the last meeting, I didn't have time to look over. But before this one, I did. And so with lots of help from Mr. Dubois, thank you again to him, I put together a slideshow of some demographic data that I thought was pretty compelling. So the demographic questions were grade, remote versus hybrid, and race. So how have the remote and hybrid experiences been? This is a grade question. So overall, freshmen are having a better experience in both hybrid and remote. The total average here is a 6.43, and they're pretty far above the average in both hybrid and remote. There isn't really a stark difference between the grades, but it is worth mentioning that the upperclassmen and the sophomores are having a more negative experience in remote. Oh, and hybrid, sorry. Okay, so how connected have you felt by grade? The main reason I believe that upperclassmen are having a worse time in both hybrid and remote is that they feel less connected than the underclassmen. So as you can see, the total average connection rating, it was a scale of 1 to 10, was 6.1. And the freshmen are pretty high, they're 6.28. And the sophomores are about the average. And then both the juniors and seniors dip below this average total. So I think part of the issue could be that more upperclassmen are fully remote than the underclassmen. So here you can see that the remote students are below this average. So they're 5.74 and this is 6.1. And then hybrid students are about the average, slightly more, but yeah. So in general, with the race question and demographics, I didn't notice many significant differences in the ratings for any other question, except for the connection problem. So what I noticed here was students that identified as African American and biracial rated below the connection average. So the connection average here is 5.99. Biracial students, their average was 5.6, and African American students was 5.8. However, white, Asian, and Hispanic students, whoa, my bad. Okay, white, Asian, and Hispanic students rated above the average. Feeling disconnected from your community is no small problem this year. Students can't see family or visit friends. Looking at this data is concerning as there's a real racial disparity. It raises some questions. What has Brookline been doing and what can we do to be helping students feel connected? How can we focus on the groups who have been feeling excluded from their community? So looking at the homework data by demographics, there were no real differences in the amount of time that students are doing homework based on grade, race, or hybrid and remote. However, I wanted to bring back this handy chart to remind school committee that the Brookline community of how overloaded students are. Considering that grade, cohort, and race are not really big factors, at least, in how much homework we're getting, this issue is much more universal than many might think at first. I know when I first presented this chart, a lot of people said, oh, well, maybe, see, about 53% said they have 3 or more hours of homework each night. And so a lot of people were like, oh, maybe that's all the juniors because they're taking APs for the first time. Maybe that's a lot of freshmen because they're not used to the workload of high school. But there isn't really any divide when it came to any of the demographics that I analyzed. So my takeaways from this data are that 1, upperclassmen, remote, African American, and biracial students are feeling disconnected from the school community. 2, upperclassmen are having a more negative experience in both hybrid and remote. And 3, there are no demographic lines in our homework load, and the homework load is too much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Are there any questions or comments from the committee members? Yeah, Jim, then Mariah, then David.
Once again, Claire, the data is compelling. And interestingly enough, I just had a conversation today with Casey and Maria about this very subject. So this is very, very timely. I love the way you broke down the data. I think that it will, that data will actually result in more discussion internally with us in terms of drilling down a little bit. We do have half a year left, you know, so we should out of the mouths of babes, oh my word, I think we should take the information that you have, and I will take it back to the senior leadership team, Claire, and take a look at that, and of course with the high school administration, who I'm sure is not surprised by those numbers, but really brings a focus to it that is, you know, because we all talk about it, but this has now brought a focus to it that's pretty compelling. So thank you.
Mariah?
Thanks, Claire. I was struck by the by the differences in by race. And one of the things, though, I think that maybe is worth talking about too is that these are longstanding issues, and there's a discrepancy this year, but there was a discrepancy in connectedness, I'm sure, the year before, and there will be next year and the year after. And so what we can be doing, not just focusing on this as a one-year issue, but how we can be building connectedness of students long-term and feeling like they're part of the community. So hopefully zooming out that lens, and thanks for bringing attention to it again.
Yeah, of course. I think that's a great perspective to have on it also, because when I think about in the ways I felt connected to the community this year, it's these bonds that were made in prior years. And if already there's a racial disparity when it comes to connection, it just is even more amplified this year.
David?
A similar observation about the connectivity responses by grade level. In addition to the racial aspect of it, just more broadly, I would have guessed that it would have been the reverse, that seniors would feel the most connected and then juniors a little less, et cetera, just based upon how long they've been in high school together and how they probably already have some existing social bonds from prior to the pandemic. So I do think it's interesting that it's actually the ninth graders who feel the most connected. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any activities perhaps outside of school or that were school sanctioned that perhaps provided ninth graders some additional opportunities for bonding experiences that they really appreciated. And if perhaps, if you think there's maybe a thirst for more such opportunities in the near future.
I don't personally know of any that have happened specifically for the freshmen, but maybe Mr. Mason does.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's any specific activity. I would say it's probably just the nature of the ninth grade program being at Old Lincoln School and how that, they came back a little bit earlier. They're in a smaller place and therefore they're around more kids. It's, at the high school, if you walk through the high school these days, it's very, at the 115 campus, it's very spread out. And, you walk down very quiet hallways, and that's not the experience you'd have at Old Lincoln School. Even though you might have, the percentages of kids in remote are similar, although certainly lower at the ninth grade. But the perception, I think, within that building is that you are more connected. So I think that just a physical layout of the building may contribute a lot to that disparity that we see.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, Claire, thank you for doing the extra work to put it in charts and graphs. I think that it really helps to visually see it in addition to just hearing that. So thank you for that effort. Thank you to your teacher who helped you as well. We appreciate that. And I assume that this will go to Mr. Mason and Mr. Meyer, and they'll have a conversation about it. That would be great, because I think it's important data, important information. So thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Claire, as you know. But if you have those 3 hours of homework, we understand as well. We're going on to Dr. Marini for your superintendent's report.
Okay, I just have a couple of things. One is I sent a memo out to the community Sunday night. That we're putting together to look at planning for the plan. And that really is an important step to planning for the plan to return students to more full-time being in the school. I'll have more specifics about that at our next school committee meeting, but we are going to meet, and we're going to be. I'm going to be asking them as we meet. We've already started the work. Matt Gillis has already developed quite a bit of data. And so we will be meeting, and I'm going to be, people are interested in when, what's the date? So we will be looking to see how we can actually begin to zero in on that and work backwards from there, because we have some sort of contractual obligations that we have to meet in order to be able to implement. And so that's what the plan for the plan is about, I suppose, and pulling people together so that we can, if we can feel comfortable around a time, And in the beginning, it may be a little a range, but if we can feel comfortable with that, we can do the backward planning and begin to put the pieces that need to be in place, and that will involve a meeting, I believe, a public meeting with the school committee. So you're going to hear more about that, more about the specifics, but we're beginning to move on that. I did take the liberty, which I do all the time anyway, and I connected with Newton Wellesley and Needham to see what the status of what they're doing. Needham's in exactly the same spot that we are, in the sense that that's the goal. But he doesn't. Dan Gutekunst, the superintendent, Needham doesn't have a date set or a plan in place either. And Wellesley, in fact, has brought their students back, but they had space. So they hired more teachers, and they have the 6-foot distancing, and they have their classes and they're adhering to that because they have enough space in classrooms in order to do that. And Newton is not at this point considering moving back until there are vaccines. So, everybody's in sort of a different place on it. But I'll be gathering with this group, getting more specific, and at the next meeting, I will have more specifics around this as well. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm going to ask Susan Wolf-Ditkoff to join me in this, and that is the testing program for the staff has begun. Hallelujah. That was a heavy lift, and so Susan, help me here now. There were 196 people were tested, and from the pilot was out of the high school, Hal, and Baker. 196 staff were tested, individual tests, and one person was positive, I guess. And that's remarkable. I thought it was great. Susan, do you want to say anything about that program?
I just want to say that the staff has been absolutely tremendous. I mean, Trisha, Deb, the whole nursing staff has been incredible making this happen, standing it up very quickly with a lot of support from the building-based leadership. Torrance Lewis, Hal, Anthony, and others. Megan has done a tremendous amount of work. There's just a lot of support for this. It is even more operationally complex than anyone could have anticipated because there are layers upon layers of signatures, authorities, and whatnot. And so I can't emphasize enough how much positive feedback everyone has gotten for this, just really feeling that it just really gives them the comfort level that people really needed. So that's fantastic. And the numbers are up this week and they'll be up next week as well. We need to be ahead a little bit of figuring out who's there, but everything and everything from the micro level of putting labels on tubes to the macro level of how do we run this program and where do we do it and how do we do it. The only other update, Hal might have some input or reflections as well. The only other update I would offer is that the state, I don't think I mentioned this, or this happened after our last school committee meeting. The state has come up with a process whereby they are willing to help subsidize 6 weeks of testing for school districts for both staff and students. I won't get into the details, but it's quite complicated. It's one of those situations where it's free, but free isn't free. It's actually a lot of operational work to make them happen, and it's a very different process. So 10 in a pool at once, meaning if there's one positive, all 10 potentially have to get retested. And they have to be out while they're doing it, and where do they get retested? There's like a lot of, when you kind of dig into it, a lot of detail. So so the team, which is still the same team, Nira, Jenny, Brady, Trisha, I'm helping as much as I can, is trying to figure out, analyze the different options and make sure that to the extent that we do go with the state program, that it actually is a good deal it's a good deal. And it's not sort of one of these things that looks free but costs you a lot of money. and that program is still changing almost, I don't want to say daily, but every 2 or 3 days we get new information about which vendors are in. Can you pick your vendor? What if you don't like it? There's like a lot under there. So happy to answer any questions on it. But bottom line, as the superintendent said, just really successful, nearly 200 last week, and just more and more every week. So Hal, you might have other thoughts from how it went.
Yeah, it was something that was really well received by staff. You know, they were really happy to come in and have the opportunity to do it. And, you know, kudos to the nursing staff. It was a complex operation, you know, getting in and getting the test tubes and getting everything labeled and sorted and then distributed out to the staff in a safe way. It was complicated. And so, you know, they've rolled it out and now I believe they're up to all the schools. They're, as I see on the Google form for this week, for week 3 for the high school, all the schools are listed. And so they've really done a great job in organizing it. And, you know, it's from getting the materials and sorting the materials and then getting the vials to the Broad to get them tested. It's complicated all the way through, and they pulled it together.
And you don't even, and that's only the front end. The back, right, behind the scenes, all the approvals. Superintendent has been in a number of those, but there have been just so many different layers.
Right.
Barbara? Barbara, you're on mute.
Yeah, just one caveat about it. My daughter teaches in Wellesley where they're doing it. And this past week in her pool of people, one of the people had COVID. And that means you have to be retested. They make the groups then smaller. And if your group still has it, you have to be retested. And it's very nerve-wracking if you are in the group that has someone in it with COVID. And I just think that we need to think about how we can, I don't know, I mean, it is a problem. I don't, how we can assure people that this, without, how we can tell people that they're in that group and keep them from really being upset that they might be the one with COVID. It's just tricky. I think it's a good thing.
No, it's you've really put your finger on one of the most important. I don't know if you can hear me, but I would say that you've put your finger on one of the most important things in the entire pool testing idea, which is that if you actually have 10 people who are all testing positive, then you will, or that in that pool, then you've got 9 people who need to sort of isolate themselves until they get retested. So there's the psychological aspect of it, just to say, like, was it me? And then what about all my family and my loved ones? But there's also the operational aspect of it, which is most of our buildings cannot, you know, suffer the loss of 10 educators and still run their time, because you've got all of the operations of the school. You've got the lunch period, you've got recess, you've got all these different things. And so, can you hear me? Okay. We got all these different operational components, and it's just not clear that that our buildings are going to be able to run. If there were 2 positive pools, that's 20 staff. We may need to shut the school for that day. So there's a lot of complexity with the pool testing up until now. Last week with the pilot, and this week, and actually next week also, they're all individual tests for teachers. So we don't have that problem at this point. But to your point, Barbara, the state test is a pooled test. There are all kinds of discussions about, well, what if it was groups of 5? What if it was groups of 10? Can you do it across buildings? There are all kinds of those things, but the bottom line is that there are a lot of complexity with pool testing, both psychologically and operationally. And you're absolutely right. The only thing is it is dramatically less expensive. Tens of thousands of dollars less expensive every single week. And so the pool is where trying to get that to work is where a lot of the effort is right now.
So that's great, Suzanne. That's the principles of the superintendent's report, and I loved hearing it. I thought that was a terrific conversation. That's great.
Yeah. So, Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. If I could go back for a second to the planning for bringing back more grades full-time.
Sure.
I'm just wondering about the approach you outlined of kind of starting by finding a date and working backwards from there to a plan.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I understand that the timing of the move depends partly on things that are not under our control, like the course of the pandemic, right? But what's within our control is the urgency with which we plan. So,
yeah.
like our next school committee meeting is 2 weeks from now, right? So I'm wondering, like, do you think the planning group could be ready by then to present like slides with some specifics about which grades are coming back, how many kids, how many classrooms, what the distancing rule would be? Because it just seems to me that the decision about when to trigger the plan is a separate issue from just getting a plan worked out as soon as possible.
Getting a plan, yeah, that's a great comment. Let me do a little active listening in terms of, am I hearing you correctly? In terms of the plan, whatever that date would be, is the date of the return may be independent from a plan for the return. I think that's what you're saying. And in
Yes.
terms of, yeah, I
and
think
that we shouldn't let uncertainty about the date sort of hold us back in planning, with the utmost urgency.
Yeah, I actually came away from the last meeting with that definition in my head. That's what the plan for the plan is, that we will have a plan, and when that plan gets implemented will depend on the things that are out of our control, so to speak. And but once we have it, once that decision is made and we know we can go forward with it, then the plan should be able to be implemented. Yeah. So from that perspective, yes, I would hope at the next school committee, I will have those kinds of details. Yeah, I think that's great. And thank you for separating it out that way. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Thanks.
Mariah.
Thanks, Jim. I wanted to just endorse what you and Andy just, I think, agreed to, which is having a plan for reflection at our next meeting. I just had a quick question because I have actually two questions, but one is about the testing. I didn't totally catch it. So the first week, did I hear there was 196 people tested and one came back positive? Okay. And so and that's because you decided to do a ramp up as opposed to trying to it wasn't that everyone was invited and only 196 people took you up on it. It's a ramp up.
No, week one was it was one day. It was Baker and then BHS, which was OLS and 115 Greenhouse. So we decided to start with 3 buildings, 2 schools, just to make sure, and it was complex enough just to do those 2. And then this week was all the buildings, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
But you had like, good, I don't want to say compliance because that's not the right word, but participation, good participation. Okay, great. And then
the only thing I will say about that is that I just want to acknowledge there is a lead time to it, and it's a very short window when teachers can say, yes, I want to be tested. So there are certainly people who, after the window passed, wanted to be tested, but we couldn't get them in. So they were in for the next week and going forward. So that is a little bit frustrating, but yes, there's been a lot of demand for it.
Okay, great. And is it the typical sort of 24-hour turnaround? Okay, cool. And then my last question is back to you, Jim, and it's something you didn't touch on, but it's about the 35-hour rule or whatever we'll call it, guidance. And I wanted to get some follow-up on what, if any, adaptations to programming have been made in response to the implementation of that, which I believe started this past Tuesday, the 19th.
Michelle, you want to talk about that?
Yes, so I just want to clarify, are you asking specifically about us reaching the number of hours or about what's happening during the hours?
Well, I guess reaching the hours if we weren't reaching them, and I'm assuming that if it meets the live hours requirement, whatever it is you're doing in there is worthwhile, but like that we're meeting the 35 hours over the 10 days.
Got it. So yes, we are meeting the 35 hours over the 10 days. We had only 1 or 2 small pockets, and I mean like a grade level here across the district or a grade level there that weren't originally meeting it. And we worked with principals to determine how we could work with teachers to add the time in to ensure the 35 hours of face-to-face instruction, which is partially done on the remote days and and then completely done when students are in school.
Okay, so any adaptations you feel like you're compliant at this point, and again, the process is people start with their teacher and then their principal, and if they don't get resolution with any questions they have there, then they go to you, and then Jim if it's not resolved with you. Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Mariah.
Okay,
Get
thank
paid.
you, everyone. Thank you, Jim. Is that it, Jim? For now?
No, I'm just saying, I don't think there's a couple of hands up.
Oh, sorry, Helen, I see you now.
Actually, David was before me. I saw his
Oh,
hand
I
up.
I
Do you
missed
want-
it. Okay, sorry, David, go ahead.
Go ahead, Helen. I can go after you. Go ahead.
Okay, just to, and maybe I missed this in the presentation of what you were just saying, but the plan is to have how many people tested, teachers tested a week or staff tested a week? Because you said you started with 196, you've ramped up to all schools, but we're not doing everybody in all schools, I assume, or are we?
No. So the overall idea from last fall, with recommendations from Panel 4 and others, was to do student-facing staff. It's not only teachers, not only educators, it's also administrative folks. So it turns out that if you kind of look across the entire faculty, there's 1,400 individuals, and roughly 900 of them are student facing in some significant way. So that's the pool who's eligible, is roughly 880 or 900, if I remember correctly. And then there's sort of the question of how much uptake is there. In the first few weeks, there's always less uptake. Steady state, the idea is probably about, most of the other districts are seeing 80% plus uptake of eligible staff, not all. So that gives you kind of a rough sense. And just in terms of the schools, yes, all of these happened yesterday, which was Clark, Putterham Road, Beacon, and Lynch. Today, help me out. You guys did OLS and BHS today. We did Florida, Ruffin Ridley, and Baker, and then I think we're doing the rest tomorrow. Yes, we are doing the rest tomorrow. And then I think it was up to about 600 tests this week. So that's going to put some basic numbers in your mind.
And yes, it does. That's great. That's very helpful. And how many weeks are we going to be able to do this?
So it's a good question.
And are we doing it every week or every other week?
We're doing it every week. For sure, that was a solid recommendation from Panel 4. There definitely are districts that are not doing it every week. They're doing it less frequently. And from a surveillance point of view, that is not recommended by the public health people. So we are doing it every week. We are at this point doing individual testing. And I think everyone, all the districts are kind of looking at pool testing for the reasons I mentioned earlier, mostly cost, dramatically lower costs. I would say that we originally said that it would be a roughly an 8, 10, 12-week program, depending on how it went. We have $300,000 to work with from the reserve fund that the advisory committee allocated. So we're hoping it will roughly last that long. But I will say that, again, when you have a soft launch and you don't use all the funds in that week, it kind of allows you to do it a little bit longer on the back end. Similarly with the state program, again, free isn't free, but the testing anyway is covered, which is substantial cost. So to the extent that we take into account and we take advantage of the state program for testing, obviously that's less money that we have to spend out of pocket on the lab test. So there's sort of a lot of moving factors, but roughly speaking, we had sort of said we thought the money with the modeling that we did, we thought the money would last roughly that long. Does that make sense? And more and less depending on more if we have pool testing, less if we stay with individual testing, more if we take the state funds. So that's kind of how there's a big spreadsheet, which I'm sure you don't want to see, but to look at all the variables. But yes, that was roughly the idea.
Thank you.
And then just the comment that I wanted to make, going back again to what Andy and Jim were talking about, I do think it's very important that we have some kind of plan that's presented at the next school committee meeting. And also I'm hoping that we can explore opportunities for bringing more students back into the high school as well. There's been a lot of discussion around early grades, but I think it's also important for transition years in the high school as well. So if we can bring more 9th graders in, for example, that would be great. I know obviously that would create some logistical difficulties, but just even exploring it and having that as part of the conversation, I think would be a great addition.
Jennifer?
I just have a quick comment, and it's really more of a reiteration, I think, of an earlier comment, but I do want to highlight for members of the community that I'm going back to the discussion around the 35 hours and the live instruction piece. That if parents or community members are unsure or unclear about what's happening in their child's classrooms, that the first line is to talk with the teacher and then the principal and then to work up. I know we sometimes get emails, and I just want to direct people to what I hope is an efficient and effective means of communication, so that they can get answers to the questions that they have and any concerns that they have about the number of hours and the live instruction and what's happening with that. And so I just want to reiterate that. That's all.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move into public comment. We have lots of people who have lots of things to tell us. That's what's so great about local democracy. We get to hear from people. But we have so many people that we are going to limit it to 2 minutes for each speaker. So David, if you would keep track of that. And when David says time is up, please wrap up your sentence. And so we have time to hear from everybody who wants to speak tonight. And so our first speaker is Hillary Kerner, and then Laura Baines Walsh will be next. Oh, and I just might add, Hillary, if I could, if someone speaks before you and they say the exact words of sentiments that you are going to say, it's okay for you to say, I agree with them, and then go on to the next speaker. So that's perfectly okay with us if you want to do that. Okay, Hillary, go ahead, sorry. Hillary, you can go ahead. Robin, should we come back to Hillary? Is she there? It looks like she's there.
It looks like she may have logged in again. Let's see.
Okay, Hillary?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I apologize for that. My Wi-Fi chose that moment to disconnect, which is challenging, as you can imagine, especially for remote learning. But I'll be brief. My name is Hillary Kerner. I have a 6-year-old first grader at Ridley School named Nate, and I wanted to share his experience this year and also that of his best friend, Allie. Nate only got to go to kindergarten for 6 months last year, but that was long enough for him to fall in love with school. And we kept him in the public schools this year after getting notice in August that he'd be back full time. And we all know that, well, perhaps that was the intent, it never turned into reality. And this very sad reality is that Nate now goes to school 2 days a week. I don't think any of us were prepared for this. His cohort only has 6 kids, including 1 other boy. On Wednesday, he sits through 4 hours of Zoom frustration. Thursday and Friday, he has a 10-minute check-in with his teacher and then a very short packet of worksheets. And he's done by 10:30. And then he wanders around the house and plays video games or tries to read books, but he's 6 and he's still learning how. So those are very unproductive days, as you can imagine. And these are unprecedented times, and none of us expected normal. And I should mention that academic achievement is the absolute least of my concerns. But I want to share Allie's experience. Allie is also 6. She's Nate's best friend. She lives in West Roxbury and goes to Catholic school. And she has been in school 5 days a week, full-time, in person, without issue since September 7th, almost 5 months. She has 18 other kids in her class. She's one of 2 first grades at her school. They sit at desks that are 3 feet apart with desk shields, and her teachers love to be there. And this is what kills me, because it feels like we're occupying completely different realities, one in which it is acceptable for kids to go to school only 2 days a week, and one where there's not even a rational thought. So not only is Nate's school system failing him, but it doesn't even have to be this way. Hundreds of first graders, pre-literate learners are in schools that are not failing them. Now, is this scenario without risk? Of course not, but it is being done. It is being done successfully. And West Roxbury may not have to grapple with Brookline's complex logistics or teachers union, but neither does it enjoy our low community transmission rate, modern buildings, or resources. I was really excited, Dr. Marini, to read your note that there's going to be a renewed sense of focus on the plan to return students, but I also feel a sense of panic because time is running out, and I just want to make sure that the urgency is shared. I also feel dread because in the meantime, the 2 days a week that Nate does get to go to school has already been slashed for more planning. We need to get kids back in school after February break at the very latest, and we need to really understand what needs to happen in order to get there. And I really encourage the school committee in their commitment to education and to our youngest learners in particular to not waste any time in planning for that return. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Laura, you're up, and then Amy Feingold.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Laura, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Laura Baines-Walsh, and I am a Baker mom to a 3rd grader and to a kindergartner. So what that means is I've had the experience of having my kindergartner get to go to school 5 days a week, where he loves it, he thrives, he comes home talking about how much he loves school. And I have a 3rd grader who only gets to go to school 2 days a week. And what I am seeing from her is her love of school starting to basically drain away, because she's becoming frustrated by the distance learning, where she'll be told, oh, you have a half-hour block for asynchronous PE that takes her all of 5 minutes to complete, and then she has nothing to do. I think we need to recommit ourselves to a student-first, student-focused idea. We need to commit ourselves to getting our kids on campus as much as possible for the social, emotional part of it. Again, whether or not she hits the state standards for 3rd grade that normal times would allow, I don't really care. But growing anxiety, growing disconnectedness, and growing disillusionment with school, I find to be highly problematic. So the fact that we're losing in-person time for additional planning periods, that's a problem. And I believe, like the previous speaker, that we need to make a commitment now to return our kids to school by the end of February. Let's get this done. Let's get them there. Other schools and other places have been doing this whole time. We need the kids to be first. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Amy, you're up, and then Nancy Rowe. Amy, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, Amy, go right ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm speaking tonight as a parent of a 1st grader at the Baker. I'm also speaking as a teacher and a deeply concerned community member. My comments tonight express my concern and anger in how decision makers in Brookline have neglected our children, especially our youngest learners who had no fault at all in this pandemic. This began in August when it was announced that the goal was to bring all K-2 students back full time. Suddenly this changed, and we were told this was only possible for kindergarten. Then we were optimistic when Remote Plus was announced. However, that was never to be seen at the Baker. Shortly after hybrid began, we lost an additional 100 minutes of live instruction a week when Fridays were shifted to Wednesdays. As an educator who has not received 1 extra minute of planning time since the pandemic has begun, I am in total shock as to how much learning time has been taken away from our children. Instead of honoring your words or bringing our children back, you just keep taking more and more time away from them. When are we going to prioritize our children? Not surprisingly, we know that enrollment is down already by 11%, and the number is only going to grow as families are fed up with the lack of movement, disengagement, and the sheer disappointment in our public school system. I am a product of the public schools. My father was a public school teacher, and I followed his footsteps and want to believe in Brookline, but you are not giving me any reason to do so. It is of utmost urgency that we get our children back at school now, beginning with our 1st graders. We need to do better in Brookline, and we need to act tonight. Not we need a plan for a plan. We need that process to begin immediately.
Thank you, Amy. Nancy, you're up, and then Amy Lindenboim.
Nancy, I'm having some problems with your connection there. I'm going to have to promote you to panelist. So if you want to turn off your camera and do that.
Hello.
Go ahead, Nancy. We can hear you.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks so much, Robin. So my name is Nancy Rowe, and I am a parent to a 5th grader at Lincoln and a sophomore and a junior at BHS. We've heard a lot tonight, and I echo many of the sentiments about getting kids back into school as quickly as we can, full time. But I want to advocate for our oldest learners. So I understand that young kids have a difficult time connecting remotely, but I think a lot of the concern is for social emotional development in the younger grades. Kids are going to catch up. They're going to learn to read. What I am not going to see is my kids catch up in calculus. My kids catch up in expository writing. These are skills that they need to carry with them to higher education, and they're just not getting those skills. Not only is it an academic problem for our kids in high school, but their social emotional needs matter as well. There's a lot about school, and high school in particular, that builds on their burgeoning independence, and so many of those things just are not being addressed. So I want to point out that Governor Baker came out today and said, hey, we're going to start loosening restrictions. The state's numbers are starting to look good. Brookline should reflect that, and we should make changes based on the metrics, which are looking better and better. I just want to implore you, just do what you can. Give me a date. Planning to plan sounds great, but you're not speaking for the parents. Parents want dates, and we want action. We've been hearing on and on and on, and now it's time to take action and do something for our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Amy, you are up, and then Cher Dewfield, you'll be up after that.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Amy. We can hear you.
Hi. First, I would like to comment briefly on spacing concerns and in the discussion of bringing kids back to live in-person instruction. I looked at the measurements for 1st to 5th grade classrooms at each of our schools, and based on the square foot of each classroom, approximately, and DESI guidance for classroom configuration, it looks to me like all of our K-5 classrooms could be configured to seat between 17 and 22 students at 5 feet or greater distancing. Now, as horrified and heartbroken parents of Means have left public schools of Brookline, many 1st grade classes have even fewer students than that right now. So I just want us to be really clear here. We don't even need to move down to 3 feet. What we are looking at in bringing back grades 1 to 5 full-time in person is moving down to maybe 5 feet of social distancing and not 3. I just think it's important to educate anyone who's really worried about bringing back people crammed 3 feet apart. That's not the reality of what needs to happen in order for us to bring kids back. As of this Tuesday, schools were supposed to be in compliance with revised DESI guidance on live educational instruction, live instruction. So now they're supposed to receive 35 hours of live instructional time per 2-week period, as you all know. So Brookline may have argued that it was in compliance based on averaging all of the students in various grade levels. I don't know if that's true, but it's crystal clear to me that some older cohorts are meeting this, and the younger ones, especially 1st graders, are most definitely not. Even using my most generous calculations, my 1st grader is getting less than 28 hours per 2-week period, and that's before I made that calculation before we had this latest round of cuts to balance cohort hours and the addition of more early release planning days times. Earlier this school year, some decisions were made at most schools, it seems, to give 1st graders less synchronous learning time. Basically, they were acting out when they were live, and they were not able to sit there, and they were clearly frustrated. So the teachers, administrators, it appears to me, decided that since they couldn't sit there, then the best thing to do was just give them less synchronous remote instruction. And that was not a solution. It was a failure of us to educate children according to their needs. What they really needed, obviously, was to get back to live full-time in-person instruction. So I'm really heartened to hear that the committee has maintained the resolve of many of its members to bring children back to real school this year, starting with our youngest. Today is 1/21/21. I'm calling on you to rise to the challenge of bringing back our youngest learners to full-time in-person instruction beginning 2/22/21. Parents are hurt, angry, and mad at themselves for being naive enough to trust that Brookline would bring their kids back to full-time in-person instruction as soon as possible. Private school tuition deposits are due. Both kids and teachers are abandoning the public schools of Brookline.
2 minutes, please conclude.
Now is the time to act. Please bring back the youngest grades by 2/22/21, followed by all the other grades and stages by April 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Cher, you're up, and then Yaron Dror.
Hi, this is Cher Duffield. Thank you all for your great work. Echoing the words of many of the parents who have spoken, I'm here tonight to advocate for my sophomore in high school. She has suffered greatly, social, emotionally, been very disconnected, very cut off. She had a very hard freshman year. She's got an IEP and learning difficulties. And you know, it's been very hard for her. The learning's been substandard, but more emotionally, you know, more importantly, she has been really cut off from her cohort. We made the very difficult decision. I was actually in tears a week before school started to enroll our younger 3 children who had been at Pierce into St. Mary's. And St. Mary's has been in person full-time. It's right across the street from Pierce. It is an old building, old facilities, no fancy HVAC system, but there's been no cases of COVID, no cases of teachers being ill. They've just logistically put in the work and figured out how to make it happen. And like the first speaker said, teachers are happy to be there, kids are happy to be there. And I really wish our eldest could have the same experience. And I urge you to just figure it out. You have 700 kids in remote learning. You have 800 kids who have left district. I think that leaves enough space. You can use the cafeterias, you can use the auditorium, just figure out a way to get the kids in school full time and let them have as much ability to redeem this year as possible. And then I would just finally add that she is in school within a school, and that has been the only saving factor. It's an incredible program. It's really helped her, and it's the only grasp at community she's had. So I'm very thankful for that. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Cher. Yaron, you're up, and then Carolyn Thal.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yaron Dror. And first of all, I want to say I agree with a lot of the things that we just heard recently. I have 2 kids at the Ridley School. My son goes to 1st grade and my daughter is in 4th. We moved to the United States a year ago, and we selected Brookline mainly because of its public school system. A year passed and we found ourselves disappointed with the way this same school system handled the crisis. Up until now, we were quiet because we understand all the challenges and we're confident that everybody is doing the best in the interest of the kids. However, trust has been broken and we no longer believe that you have the sense of urgency to find solutions. I want to share our story and how remote learning is impacting our kids so you will better understand how we see things. Our 1st grader doesn't speak English after a year in the States. 3 days a week, he is isolated from his friends. He sits frustrated at home because he feels he can't do the work that is assigned to him. He's generally not happy and bored. We are concerned about his mental health and about his inability to develop social skills. 2 short school days are not enough. As parents, we do everything we can for him, but we cannot replace school. We cannot replace time with teachers and being around with his peers. Every day we see the effect that hybrid learning model has on him. It affected his well-being, his behavior, and his mood. Things can go on like that. We feel that you are ignoring all of these things when you are evaluating your options and making plans. Actions, not words, are what we need to see. We'd like to know where you're planning to bring the kids back to full-time in-person learning. The sooner you can get them back, the better. I talked with many other families. We cannot stay in this situation. And we need to decide if we can stay in Brookline or should we look for alternatives outside of Brookline. We need answers. We do believe we can bring the kids back to school and ensure their mental health and well-being, as well as the safety of the school members, if we will all work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaron. Carolyn, you're up, and then Thomas Kuhlman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Carolyn, go ahead.
Good evening, Carolyn Thal. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 16. I'm a baker and BHS mom. I'm going to start quickly to go back to 2 requests that I made a few weeks ago, and I would super appreciate if these could be acknowledged at some point and addressed. One is cuts to student time. Parents were very surprised to learn on January 5th that 4 more hours per week of student time had been negotiated away by adding more short days, which start tomorrow. This is on top of the 100 minutes cut from every week on Wednesdays, which adds up to nearly a week and a half of school cut from our children. And that's on top of 4 more early release days coming up for conferences, including for grades that do not have conferences. So I'm asking you to please restore some of the student time that has been cut in every weekly schedule. If you are not able to restore this time, please tell parents that it won't be forthcoming, and we'll stop hoping for it. Number 2, this is my second request to ask for a school committee and Dr. Marini, please to hold dialogue sessions with parents. As you can hear, there's a lot of desperation growing, and we would really love to be able to dialogue with you. But most of all, what I want to say is to echo what other people have been saying, to please work with urgency to bring children back to school. Do not work backward, work forward. Please don't say goal, please tell us what is happening. My friend Helen, I heard you say last Thursday that parents are desperate, and I appreciated hearing that acknowledgement because sadly, you're right. Also, Claire Gallion, thank you for bringing forward the reports tonight from our teens about feeling disconnected. Parents are desperate because many children are getting desperate. I'm going to talk a minute about mental health. My kids are okay, and by okay, I mean okay. They're muddling through. They're not in an acute crisis, but this situation stinks, and for many others, it is a crisis. We all know that DESE just amended their regulations to mandate minimum standards for live instruction, effective 2 days ago. DESE's fundamental recommendation is, quote, prioritizing in-person instruction. Why? Well, the regulations have an entire section, the new regulations have an entire section on the rationale for maximizing human interaction. And it's largely because of major concerns about children's mental health. DESE says the in-person mandates are being put in place, quote, to help mitigate the significant mental health challenges facing our students. They go on, quote, over the fall, there has been a distressing increase in the mental health challenges our students are facing. In an October 2020 report, the CDC noted an increase in the proportion of child emergency department visits for mental health-related reasons, which has remained elevated through the fall. The report states that compared to 2019, the proportion of mental health-related visits for children aged 5 to 11 increased 24%, and ages 12 to 17 increased 31%. DESE continues, quote, feelings of isolation and disconnection among our students are a contributing cause to this growing mental health crisis. Without getting into the nitty-gritty of what DESE requires, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, I just want to highlight again the spirit of this guidance. Children and adolescents need to be in school. Children and adolescents are in crisis, and it's getting worse. It's been a year. So please act with urgency, guided by what you know is needed and what you know is right, and most of all, what you know is possible. We have the science, we have the input from Panel 4. You have examples from all over the world and even from within Brookline, where multiple schools have been providing their children with full in-person education all year. You have a clear legal agreement that allows you to turn your attention now to children, to set a date.
Sorry to interrupt. You can please conclude.
Thank you. And work forward, not backward. Please start the process, take concrete steps, and reopen the day after February vacation, February 22nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thomas, you're up, and then Shahar Abramovich after Thomas.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Thomas Coleman. I'm a father of a first grader at Florida Ruffin Ridley. The comments I'll make will focus on the younger grades because of course that's where I have the most insight given my son. First graders and I think second graders and so on, when they go to school, they're still learning to learn. And they need to be in school to do that. I see one of the absolutely most important parts of going to school for my son is socializing, being together with others, learning how it is to go to school with peers and with teachers. It's imperative for him to keep the motivation and thereby learning and thriving as a student. And that's not happening on remote days. It's not happening on student days either. The hybrid model is not a success. It's a bare minimum. And I have heard some good things today, so maybe my comments are a bit dated here, but I feel like there's been some turning, the blind eye to reality and praising the model. There's been a lot of talk about equity earlier on, at least when we started the school year, which equated to doing the same thing for most grade levels, but that's not equitable in any way for the younger kids. In-person days are great, yeah, but full remote days, they're left to their own with a few assignments and frustration. Zoom days are not school. I believe that the kids have just learned to sit quietly in front of their Chromebook for these Zoom meetings, but not necessarily being super engaged in what's going on. It's not a critique of the teachers, it's just a reality of how it is to teach a 6-year-old or trying to teach a 6-year-old via Zoom. I've seen several times teachers go on for several minutes explaining some problem, only for me to realize that they're actually not sharing their screen, which they were intended to. But when you have a classroom or a Zoom room full of first graders, no one reacts. How should they know what's going on? So I want to remind you again of the concept of equity. And if we continue as is, we're going to end up the year with a first grade cohort that has had approximately the same number of school days as the kindergarten cohort, not this year, but in total. That's simply a catastrophe. One big issue is trust. You've heard it from other parents. We have lost trust in the public schools and what you're able to provide. We've heard that from the beginning of the school year that we're working towards getting kids back in school, especially the youngest. But everything we've seen have moved in the opposite direction from the very early days. More time has been taken away from the students. And most recently, as been mentioned several times, some of the most valuable in-person time has been taken away. And for what, I may ask, to give more time to improve remote days that, in my opinion, humble opinion, are, a very, very small Band-Aid on a very big problem.
Over 2 minutes, if you could please conclude.
Yes. I urge you to prioritize the students and put them in focus and put them at the center of what you're doing. Please make a plan, be concrete, number of rooms, number of students. What do we do to get them back? This could very well be after the February break. And as the very last comment, if anyone from BEU is listening, I urge you also to go in collaboratively and make this happen. I understand there's an MOU in place. Why not already start discussing how we make this happen between the committee and the BEU, because likely there will be changes needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Shahar, you're next, and then Dalit Vaknu.
Hi all, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Shahar Abramovich, and I'm speaking as a teaching expert and as a father for 2 kids at Driscoll School, One is a first grader and the other is a fourth grader. And I must tell you, as a father and as a science expert, as a teaching expert, that you need to allow the youngest grades to return to in-person learning immediately. This is a crucial year for them to learn how to read and to write. And if we're adding to their struggles, we may impact them for years to come. I heard one of the mothers said that they will learn how to read eventually, but we're adding a lot of misconceptions and a lot of struggles for them. And I agree with all that said the hybrid system failed. The asynchronous days are not effective for those who don't know how to read and write. And that means that the grown-up must mediate the instruction for them. That meaning that I'm every day of asynchronous days, I'm with my daughter and I need to explain to her because she doesn't know how to read the asynchronous assignments. And if you add, when we're talking about English learners, it's even harder. First of all, because she doesn't understand. That means that even if the assignment is a vocal one, the teacher audio recorded herself, that means she doesn't fully understand the instruction. And again, as you can see, English is not my native language, and it is not my first language. That meaning that even when I'm teaching her and helping her, I probably teach her mistakes and I'm causing for misconceptions. And misconceptions is something that it's very, very hard to fix in the future, as you all may know. And another thing that I must say that English learners were considered vulnerable students at the beginning of the year. And then all of a sudden, after 2 weeks, it just stopped. They're not vulnerable students anymore. I don't understand it. I don't understand why English learners are not vulnerable students. I urge you to consider back again English learner students as vulnerable students and invite them for 4 days a week in-person learning so they will get the support they need like other cities do. Yeah, I heard the superintendent talking about other cities, but you need to look about Cambridge. In Cambridge, the English learners are coming every day to school because they need the support. So I urge everyone again to, first of all, return the first graders and the second graders back to school as soon as possible. And again, consider English learning students as vulnerable students again, as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shahar. Dalit is next, and then Esther Leibel. Yeah, hello, are you there? Hello?
I recommend that perhaps we move on.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. We are David and Dalit Vaknin. We have a son at first grade at the FRR and a younger son in BIP. We all know that in order to achieve adequate learning, all kids, young learners in particular, need a structured schedule, routine, and hands-on experience where they can learn from interaction to peers and adults. This is something that our son does not have since March 2020. Our son struggles on remote learning days. He cannot attend or do home assignments. He's anxious, lacks of ability to focus, to be independent, and he is unable to connect with his peers and develop his social skills. Academically, the progress on these days is non-existent, and teachers who are working right now hard enough due to the inefficiencies of the hybrid model are unable even to address this situation. Socially, he regressed. This impacts all kids, all ages, and it is time to Brookline and the school committee to put the children and their education as a top priority. Discussions on if children can return to school and plans should be replaced with actual plans, actions, and timelines, and on how this is happening sooner than later. This should be the responsibility of all parties that have role in the education of Brookline's children. We ask the superintendent and school committee to put the children's needs first. We ask for February 22nd to be their first day back to full-time in-person learning. We ask the adults to be problem solvers, just like we teach our kids to be, like in other industries, organizations, communities that have found a way to move forward and not to stay put. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalit. Esther, you're up, and then Nathan Spritz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Esther. Go right ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I am the mother of a second grader at Pierce, and I urge the school committee and Dr. Marini to bring the kids back to school full-time and set a date now. Until March 2020, my daughter loved going to school. Today, the highlight of her weeks are the few days that she goes in person. Every morning on her remote days, she cries that she feels lonely, bored, and sad. Can you blame her? When remote, my daughter spends over 4 hours alone in front of a screen. Research shows that asynchronous learning fails younger students, as many parents have said already. So please bring the kids back to school full-time and set a date now. As you hear from my accent, I did not grow up in the US. I was born and raised in Italy, a country with less resources and more challenges than the US. Currently, Italy has a higher rate of COVID cases than Massachusetts. Yet, younger kids in Italy are in school full-time because their education and well-being takes priority. In Brookline, we are raising a generation of students who associate learning with loneliness, boredom, and sadness. Please, bring the kids back to school full-time and set a date now. Today, my daughter said she felt bad telling her teacher how lonely, bored, and sad she was on remote days because she didn't want to hurt her teacher's feelings. School committee and Dr. Marini, please show that you care about our kids the same way our kids care about their teachers. Bring the kids back to school full-time and set a date now. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Nathan, you are up, and then Martina McGrath.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about 3 things really quickly. The first is, and this is disconnected from the other 2, I was a bit dismayed with Dr. Swanee Jett, our Director of Health and Human Services, and his unilateral decision to pause all sports. I'm not sure how involved the school committee or the school administration was, but I do know the communication that came back sounded as if there was very little communication and very little involvement. And I think it would be very helpful if Dr. Jett, who I respect and who I think should be able to make decisions for the benefit of Brookline, for the health of the community. But if Dr. Jett could come before the school committee and explain his decisions, rationales, whether this could happen again, because, you know, mental and social emotional health is part of health as well. He's identified that as a COVID problem, and pausing sports, I think, was an issue there. There are certainly some sports, some outdoor sports like cross-country skiing, where the risk must be very low. Now I'd like to ask Superintendent Marini an ask. Parents, as you have heard all through tonight, parents are just at our wits' end about whether our children are getting enough in-person and synchronous learning to actually learn something this year. And we don't know the right answers. We don't know the right questions to be asking of our teachers and of the community, of the school administrators, whether our kids are really progressing along academic and social, emotional dimensions in such a way that they're going to have deficits going forward. And it would be very helpful if Dr. Marini, you, who've given so much to our community in the 1 year, and I know I'm asking you to give something more, but if there's some way that you could engage parent communities in each school and help to educate the parents over what we should be looking for and asking about our individual students, so that we can help to correct those. We do have some resources, and we might be able to help correct some of those deficits, but we have to understand what the right questions to ask are. And thank you if you can do that. And number 3, and again, we've heard this all tonight. There could be a lot of deficits, and parents came to Brookline. People live in Brookline because of the schools, and especially in the high school, but even in some of the younger grades, failure to progress from 1 year to another adequately has it. There's a finish line in education, and it's 12th grade here, and there's a certain amount of material and a certain amount of social emotional maturity that all of us want our children to achieve. And we usually have a 13-year track, and it might just be necessary for some parents to call a timeout on their kids' progression and say, maybe it's time for us to repeat a year. And I don't know if there's a policy here in Brookline for parents calling a timeout, but it could be very, very helpful if a policy were developed. Because for some kids who were perhaps on an AP track and are now sidetracked, their entire future could be stressed, if not blown apart, but could be stressed in ways that families just never bargained for. We live in Brookline for a reason. It might be time for some kids to have the opportunity to repeat a grade, to reconnect with a cohort, as we heard earlier, feel that connection, and get the academic learning that they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Martina, you are up, and then Frederica Zagolan.
Thank you, members of the school committee and Superintendent Marini. I've been attending these meetings on and off over a few months, and back last September, we were promised that once ventilation issues were resolved, that our younger grades would get back into school. I'm the mother of 3 children in Baker, 2 who are in kindergarten full-time, thriving, loving it, who show that they can be in school safely and do wonderfully despite that pandemic. But my older daughter's in 1st grade, and as many other parents have alluded to, she's had 6 months of full-time teaching in her lifetime. If you actually look at the Brookline calendar for the schools and how it is set up at the moment, with all these additional days and half days that have been included, our kids had a full week without a half day or a day off on the week of October 26th. The next full week is January 11th. And as it stands, the next is going to be March 1st. So the way the calendar is set up, not only are our kids hybrid and only in school 2 days a week, they're not even scheduled for a full week of learning, only once every 2 months. This is completely inadequate. And I don't believe that this school committee is prepared to stand over that. So I think that's the first step. The first step is to give back those days that have been taken away. The second step is, Dr. Marini has talked about planning for plans. I think planning for plans, that time's gone. The time is to set a date, fix it, and as Andy alluded to, just work towards it. Remember your obligations to these young students who really are completely dependent upon your decisions for their long-term future. When I met with my daughter's teacher to discuss her progress a couple of months ago, she pointed out some areas where my daughter was behind what would be expected for 1st grade. And she said that, and I'm quoting the teacher at Baker, she said she'd never had a class of 1st graders for whom they were still using uppercase letters, who weren't using lowercase letters appropriately in their writing. But she said, you know, these kids have missed half a year of school. I guess that's what you expect. So there are really measurable deficits in terms of these kids' education. You know, I completely echo what every other parent has already said in terms of their social emotional learning, how they need structure, how sitting passively in front of a screen is not how children learn. You all know this, you are educators. It is your responsibility to plan to get them back February 22nd, as has been said multiple times. That's a fixed date. You have what you need in place. Please go ahead and make it happen. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Martina. I think we do not see Federica and Doran Braca, so we'll move to Stacy Batista, and then Brooke Badagliera and Babette Hall after that.
Hi, my name is Stacy Batista. I'm a resident at 15 Salisbury Road and a former PTO president at Driscoll. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Francesca Stark, fifth grade teacher at the Driscoll School, and the many people in our community who are also concerned with the Driscoll School building project. Given everything I've heard tonight, this statement feels misplaced as there is such a huge issue facing the Brookline schools, but it actually underscores the importance of this concern. I would imagine not many Brookline residents realize that this enormous building project is still moving forward, but it is. And we cannot in good conscience stay silent when this massive, unhealthy, and ill-timed building project is about to descend on the Driscoll School. We've received no updates all year from the committee. To our surprise, on December 15th, the week before winter break, we were told the project would commence March 1st. Even with the pandemic still raging, a precipitous drop in enrollment, among other factors, the plans for the massive new Driscoll School have gone forward without a hitch. Before the trucks roll in, we ask you to consider the following. When the trucks come, we will have to choose between being able to open our windows for fresh air versus battling the noise and dust from the construction. Wearing masks indoors with no ventilation when it's warm outside is unbearable. This is not conducive to learning. The children can only get exercise outdoors due to COVID, but we will lose the majority of our outdoor space in March when the construction begins. Plus, we are planning on bringing all 1 to 3rd graders back full time, which means even less space per child. All students will not be able to have recess outdoors each day. I think we all agree that Driscoll needs to be updated, but the designs for the new Driscoll School were made when the population was higher and COVID-19 was unknown. Now enrollment is way down, the final design has windows that don't open, and not enough space for recess and PE to be outside at the same time. This does not match what experts know we need for a post-COVID healthy school. If we delay construction, we can make sure the designs reflect the academic, environmental, and physical needs of our students. Due to the pandemic, everyone has had to change and adapt to the world we now live in. Yet the Driscoll project never shifted gears. A pause is now necessary. The Brookline schools clearly have more important issues to be addressing. We are asking for you to delay the project until the end of June, when students and staff are not on school grounds, and/or until you can improve the air quality and other conditions inside and outside the school will remain healthy and humane for the years of construction. Our community should expect nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Brooke and Babette, are you speaking together? Are you two separate? I'm not sure, Robin.
We're speaking together.
Okay, and then after you will be Julie Jett. So go ahead.
In the past 3 days, we've been collecting signatures to delay the construction of the new Driscoll till the end of the school year. We have collected over 100 signatures, mostly middle school students. With the new school, there isn't going to be any outdoor space for recess, sports, gym, or hanging out with friends outside of school. And some of us have been going to Driscoll School for over 10 years. And Driscoll is the only place that we are able to hang out with our friends. We are already missing so much, like volleyball, basketball, and I think we really could have won the championship this year. Indoor soccer, arts equinox, science solstice, track and field, cross country, the Chinese New Year celebration, which I know some of my fellow students were looking forward to hosting this year, farm school, our last spring fair, our 8th grade field trip to Martha's Vineyard, our graduation party, live band, chorus, and orchestra concerts, community meetings, which I know I miss watching my brothers perform at them, Kids for Kids, Driscoll's Got Talent, live 8th grade play, and our world language programs are cut, which means we have no in-person classes. And Wu Lao Shi, my Chinese teacher, I've had her since kindergarten, and we all miss seeing her. Raft dances and 8th grade visits to BHS. And we all just want the last 4 months of our 8th grade year to be as normal as possible, and at the school that we've all been going to for such a long time. Last week, we found out we aren't going to be able to start at the new 9th grade building next year. Many of the kids who signed the petition just want a place to hang out with their friends, especially during COVID when you can't hang out inside, and they really don't care about the new building. Thank you for listening to Brooke and I, and we really hope that you consider delaying this Driscoll construction project until the end of the school year.
Thank you, Brooke and Babette. I appreciate it. Julie, you're up next, and then Paige Scott Reed.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead.
I was glad to get Dr. Marini's email indicating the district is finally moving toward returning students to schools full time, and I'm even more pleased tonight to hear more concrete discussion. But any good plan includes specific time-placed goals, and I want to urge you not to plan without such goals. While I agree with the primacy of supporting our youngest learners in person, we need to remain focused on returning all students to buildings full time. I think it's really important for everyone to understand the lack of time in person is actually getting harder over time for many students, including older students, and particularly for some students receiving additional support services. I feel that students receiving services who are not part of the first to return cohort and are not in school full time are reaching the point where they're just really suffering. Hybrid is uniquely challenging for students who, like one of my children, cope with attention deficits and learning disabilities. I can't compliment my child's learning center and classroom teachers enough for how much they are trying to support him and all students on remote days. But inevitably, the support breaks down. I wish you all could be in my house at the times when my students has lost track of which Zoom he's supposed to be in and is panicking because he's missing a lesson or an opportunity for extra help and worried about how it may impact his grade. As much as I reassure him again and again that all anyone can expect of him is to do his best, on remote days, my student frequently feels lost and confused and dissolves into tears. Given that he already faces more challenges than a typical student, this additional difficulty is affecting his ability to learn and worse, affecting his view of himself as a learner. Students need the structure and stability of the in-person school day, and they need the grown-ups to make that happen. We've seen other districts and schools can do it. We have got to step it up for our students in Brookline. I agree with the others who've urged you to pick a date, preferably upon return from February break, as the goal for returning all students. Having a specific goal in mind is critical to moving any process along. We should be prepared to build on the district's success in avoiding transmission, the investment our town has made in ventilation and other measures such as testing, and finally move forward on behalf of all our students. We can do this, and it is high time we did. Thank you for enabling me to comment.
Thank you, Julie. Paige, you're up, and then Hajar Delshad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Paige Scott Reed. I'm the parent of an 8th grader at FRR and a senior at the high school, as well as of a college student who graduated from the high school. I wanted to echo the comments that have been made by other parents. The pattern is very, very clear. My 8th grader is in school Mondays and Tuesdays for the hybrid model. On Thursdays and Fridays, her remote days, she is done with all schoolwork by approximately 10:30 in the morning. And she spends the rest of the day at her on her own to try and figure out what to do with herself. My senior has had 1 day of in-person school since school let out for the holiday break in December, because not only has Dr. Jett imposed a stop to sports. He considered every attendee at one practice as a close contact of somebody who had tested positive for COVID, and then imposed a 14-day quarantine despite 2 negative tests. As a result, you add one thing to another, and my son has had 1 day of in-person school for all of that time. But mostly, I wanted to talk today about timing and urgency. I submitted a public records request asking to see every document that the school committee or a subcommittee had considered in planning for returning the early grades to full-time in-person school. I was shocked to learn that the last time that the school committee or a subcommittee of the school committee looked at a spreadsheet to tell them what was possible and what wasn't possible was in September. That's not planning to bring kids back. That's hoping against hope. We need an actual plan. I wanted to talk about urgency and dates. If the school committee were to begin negotiating with BEU under the memorandum of agreement on Monday, the very first day that we could expect to have kids back in school, assuming that the pattern holds and BEU and the school committee have trouble reaching agreement, would be February 19th. We should be giving that notice now. We should be beginning those discussions now if it's true that the school committee really has as a goal returning learners to full-time in-person education. I'm asking that we begin bringing back early learners at the very, very latest by the end of February, which means discussions need to start now. I'm asking that you bring back the rest of our school by April. In order to do that, there's real work that has to happen now. The school committee has repeatedly talked about phasing in grades, not having them all start on the same day. If you were to begin bringing back students on March 1st and bring back a grade each week, you would not return all students to full-time in-person education until 4 weeks before the end of the calendar year. That is way too late. We need to start now, and we need to start with urgency. And the only way that we will get there is if we begin with dates and plan to bring people back. Just expressing goals is not going to get the job done. And finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about why we're still at school. It's just one sentence. I am committed to the public schools because the public schools have played such an important role in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please don't answer that commitment by abandoning our children in this time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Hajar, you're next, and then Dan O'Connor.
Good evening. Thank you for giving the parents a chance to speak tonight. My name is Hagar Dalshad, and I'm a physician assistant and a mother of 2 children at Baker, one in 2nd grade and one in 7th grade. I just want to echo a lot of the comments that have already been said, and I don't think that we need to rehash them all. I think you're hearing a consistent pattern of concerns and of a cry for help from the parents in this community, and they are speaking on behalf of their children who cannot speak for themselves at a school committee meeting. It is high time that Brookline puts students first and commits to a plan to begin a phased transition to full-time instruction immediately after February vacation. 2/22/21 sounds like a great day to start. It's about a month away, and I'm absolutely certain that with all of the resources and minds we have in Brookline that we can absolutely do that. The biggest thing I want to highlight today is the amount of mental health crises going on around us. We heard from panel 4 this Friday, members who work in the emergency room at Children's Hospital. There is actually no flu showing up in the emergency room. There's no croup, there's no epiglottitis. There's not a lot of asthma. What there are mental health crises and children showing up in extremis, children who are attempting suicide, sometimes succeeding. The reason this is happening is for the loss of the social contract with a full-time schooling. Since Brookline has no in-school transmission, why is it that we don't have school access for children? School is part of the normalcy of a child's life. Every educator knows that. There are no mental health resources available in the communities anymore. There was already a shortage before COVID, and now that COVID is upon us, and there's isolation and there's a lack of access to schools, no one can get a counselor for their child unless they had one previously within weeks or months of a wait time. If your child is exhibiting concerning behaviors, your best hope is to reach out to their pediatrician. There's nowhere else to go. And the next thing you're going to be is in the emergency room. We don't want to be in the headlines with Brookline children showing up in the emergency room due to just complete loss of control over their lives. At this point, all students are vulnerable, not just English language learners, not just those on IEPs, although they are much more vulnerable than other students. But at this point, 10 months into the pandemic, all students are vulnerable. And this is setting them up for lifelong mental health problems. There is more to the child and more to a person than their physical wellness. And I really want to focus on mental health. It is time for us to honor the social contract and the community that schools provide, and to put students first and plan for a return to schools on 2/22/21. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajara. Dan, you're up next, and then Ethan Treisman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Dan. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to comment. My name is Dan O'Connor. I'm a pediatrician practicing in Boston and the parent of 2 children at the Baker School and a 3rd child who was formerly at the Baker School who's now at the Carroll School. So I'm commenting from multiple perspectives here. One, from a medical perspective, there was a study published very recently noting that there was a significant increase in myopia, and this is published in a peer-reviewed journal, in children from 6 to 8 who, since the pandemic began, and that can only be attributed to excessive time online and online learning. This is the same age group, and they did not see the same problem in older children. The 6 to 8 age group is the same group of children who are learning how to read. As a parent of a son with dyslexia and another child who may very well have dyslexia, I understand that getting behind at this age will have a long-lasting deficit. So if these children are losing vision and the ability to learn how to read, these are deficits that will not go away. We are concerned about harm from COVID, and that is what drives a lot of our decisions, and I get that, and it is a very serious disease. But there are long-lasting harms that are happening to our children, and we need to understand that remote instruction is contributing to these long-lasting harms. Then the last comment I'd like to make, is similar to what the last commenter mentioned. I make rounds at Children's Hospital and care for inpatients. The last 5 or 6 patients that I have made rounds on at Children's Hospital were all children waiting for inpatient psychiatric beds. One of my partners today talked to the residents on the team. 60% of the patients on their service right now are waiting for inpatient psychiatric beds. Last week, it was 75%. These are not all Brookline students, but the lesson applies to Brookline. The harms of remote schooling and lack of social interaction are real. I think back to the first comment that comes up at every parent-teacher conference is a focus on the child's social function and how the child is integrating in the classroom and how they're interacting with their peers. That comes before we even discuss the educational piece. School is so important for normal social development, and they are not getting that right now. My 2 daughters are in 4th and 5th grade. They're in cohort B. They go to school Thursday and Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're not happy kids. Thursday morning, they are different children. The difference I see in them, and every single child I talk to in my office, I ask them, how do you feel about the days you're remote versus the days you're in person? 100% of the kids, even kids who did not like school before, jump to tell me how much they love being in school. We can do it safely. I understand it's going to be hard work, but we have to understand that the harms of remote schooling are real and they're going to be long lasting. And some of these children will not recover from these deficits. And I hope you factor that in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Ethan, you're next, and then Leah Cox.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, Ethan, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. I am the parent of a 5th, 6th, and 10th grader, and I want to agree with everything that's been said before me tonight. I don't need to rehash it, and I don't think I can say it as well anyway, about the frustration, the desperation, and the urgency that the parents and the kids are feeling about getting kids back in school. But it also reminds me about the way we felt last September when we were surprised at how the school rollout happened. And so what I would love to do is urge you to start planning now for next September. I know you've got your plates full planning for what I hope is a return to school in February, March. But if we are not back in really a meaningful sense next September, when we've had really plenty, what has already been plenty of time, but really plenty of time to get going in September, I think that would be, I don't even know what the word would be. So I'm urging you to start planning for September now, while you are also planning for the hopefully soon return. I don't know what needs to happen, if you need to start negotiating with the teachers, if you need to start hiring. Hopefully you can anticipate what needs to happen and take care of it. I'm glad to hear that things are moving forward for this year, but I don't want you to take next September for granted. So I appreciate all the work you're doing, and thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Ethan. Leah, you're up, and then Joseph Katz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Leah Cox, and I am the mom of 2 girls at Baker, one in 1st grade and one in 3rd. I'm going to focus on my 1st grader tonight, as she's bearing the brunt of this for sure. We all just heard it said that Brookline is meeting the 35 hours of live instruction. I invite you to come sit in my house on the remote days and watch what my 1st grader is getting. I challenge you to call it any sort of instruction or school, because it is so far off from that. And I'm not alone in this experience. She watches TV or is on her own for most of her day. A 6-year-old doing nothing most of the time. She has 0 school. The check-ins, and that's what they are, it's not instruction, are a total of 15 minutes to see if she is still breathing, perhaps. Her seesaw work takes approximately 30 minutes to complete. The work posted, like this week, for example, are the likes of links to Pinterest on how to draw an eagle. Some random woman on Pinterest explained to my pre-literate child in written steps how to draw an eagle. I can find my kid a YouTube tutorial that would have lasted longer than that. This is definitely not any sort of live instruction. Or last week, where she was asked to identify the colors of the American flag. I think a 2-year-old could tell you it's red, white, and blue. The advice from our school was to make her double check her work if she's done early. Checking she got 3 colors right isn't giving her an education. She is frustrated, upset, and bored. Yesterday, my heart broke when she told me, and I quote her directly, that she wasn't having any fun at all and that she feels like she's the worst kid ever. A 6-year-old so bored she feels like she's an awful person. This is what the lack of school is doing to our kids. I cringed when I had to tell her that she's missing half of her in-person day tomorrow. And then an email comes out today that even though lunch is normally at 12:30 on her in-person days, it will be at 10:15 tomorrow morning. She doesn't need a lunch break at 10 a.m. She needs teaching and learning. Our 1st grade friends in the RLA get more learning and education than my 1st grader in hybrid. I thought the choice to be an RLA was because of virus risk concerns, not because it was going to be providing more education than hybrid, but here we are. These kids need to be back in school now. Hoping that they will be is not a plan or a strategy. I can hope to run a marathon in December. If I don't actually make plans and actions to show how to train and what I need to do, I will not be able to run that marathon and it won't happen. My hope to run can still exist in 10 years from now if I don't actually take concrete steps to make it happen. I'll say it again, hope is not a plan or strategy. Our kids are suffering. Please make a plan for return to school after February break and make that plan now. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Joseph, you're up, and then Karen Strensrud.
Hi, thanks everybody. My name is Joseph Katz. I'm a
father of 2 boys at FRR. One's a 4th grader and one's a 1st grader. Our main and major concerns with this, as many of the folks who spoke before me, involve our 1st grader, who for all intents and purposes was a generally happy, social, and friendly kindergartner. Now for 3 days a week and then some, while home working on his schoolwork, is basically completely the opposite of that. He fully requires one-on-one help now, just to get through his seesaw and packet jobs while he's working at home. My wife, who's a teacher herself, has had to take her leave from her job so we can accommodate this one-on-one requirement. Even still, with her there all day, there are nearly some full days, hours of days where we're hearing across the apartment, "I'm stupid, I'm the worst person, I hate school," and comments similar to that. In most of these situations, he just becomes inconsolable. This adjustment has obviously hit him and many other younger ones hard in many ways. With that, I urge the decision makers to strongly consider a full return by the end of February, at least for the younger ones who I can see personally are so impressionable and impacted by this. Work out the spacing minimums, etc. Do what you need to do. Plan now. Do not plan to plan. Please just plan and execute. To that end, I wanted to ask that more transparency be offered as well through the next phase of this, through publications and email. Many parents don't have capacity to hop on calls like this on a regular basis or attend panel for live discussions. So if I'm missing the publications that do come out, I'll look harder for them, but I think more transparency in writing into these planning sessions needs to be made out to the parents. And with that, they were, specifically regarding the risk reviews that are being done, to Dr. O'Connor's points. How are we weighing the risks of transmission versus the risks of these mental health impacts on our children? What's the weighting being done on one versus the other now that we know what transmission numbers look like? And Dr. O'Connor can speak, and others, to the numbers in the hospitals associated with this. Some of these long-lasting mental health issues that these young ones face. So with that, I just want to say thank you to everyone for all the work that you're doing on the committee, Dr. Marini, and all of our educators. I know that this is hard and it doesn't go unnoticed, but I do implore you all to please plan and execute. No more planning to plan. I don't think that's the right term, and I don't think we should be using that anymore.
Thank you, Joseph. Karen, you're up, and then Susan Leitman.
And just a reminder to our speakers, if you can please try to stay within the 2 minutes. I've been providing significant grace periods that go over those 2 minutes, and it makes it difficult for us to be able to accommodate these public comment periods if lots of people go well over. And it's very important to hear from the public, and it's something we welcome and that we try to incorporate into all of our meetings. So please try to be mindful of the time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Stensrud. I'm the mother of 2 students at Baker School, a 4th grader and a 7th grader. My 4th grader is on an IEP. She has dyslexia and ADD. And she is, we were really working to get her more services when she was in person, and now she's had a marked cut in what the support that she's getting. Just echoing what everyone has said, the remote days are devastating. She works super hard when there's someone on the other side of the screen, and when she's in person, and when it's remote and there's no one there for her, she's adrift. And we're watching her performance fall. We're watching her self-esteem fall. We're watching her enthusiasm take a dive. And, she's 2 grade levels below in her reading. And this is, we're very, very concerned about whether or not she's, going to be able to, bridge this gap. So I would like her to be in person full-time. I think all the students are owed that. And, but, you know, I know we're all in the same boat, but, you know, some are really taking it hard. So there's that student. Then I was feeling really good about our older girl. She seemed like she was holding her own. And last night, you know, we had another breakdown. She feels horrible about herself. She's in orchestra. She never gets to hear herself play with the other players. That is the definition of what an orchestra is. So she's very, you know, miserable there, beating up on herself. She thinks the orchestra teacher is like doing her a favor that she's even in the class. She can't understand why she sounds so bad. She's unable to hear herself with these other instruments that make up the orchestra. And then and there's the social emotional piece that she did make the statement, maybe I should just get used to being alone. And that's really hard. She's 12 years old. She's going to be 13 in April. And I'm already, you know, concerned about, you know, what adolescents confront. And I'm hearing these statistics. I know personally people who are dealing with that crisis. And I pray that our family and, you know, no other families are, you know, a part of that crisis. But I'm just echoing what my fellow parents and community members are saying. Please make a plan, make it transparent, put it out there. Let's get it done. We'd love it to be in February. And please, the kids, you know, I mean, we understand transmission, but these long-term effects, you know, which is worse. So that's me. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Karen. Susan, you are up and you are our last speaker.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
All right. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Laitman, and I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to speak since I'm a lifelong Brookline resident, a Pierce School and BHS alum, a Brookline Public Schools parent, and I've been a teacher at Pierce, where I currently teach second grade for 26 years. Brookline teachers, myself included, love our students and our school community. We've learned more about technology and adapting curriculum in the past 10 months than we have in our entire teaching careers. We're working harder than we ever have before. Many of us have our own kids or elderly parents we're taking care of as well. We're exhausted, but we're giving 110% to our students. We love seeing them every day. No one's asking for accolades. We're just asking for basic respect. The lack of communication to teachers has been a long-standing pattern, and this year it's become worse than ever. This has been deeply disheartening and painful for many teachers. As a Pierce parent, on Monday, I received a letter from the superintendent, the letter he spoke about, concerning forming a committee to looking into bringing back more children to school. It's been 4 days since then, and I still have not received this letter from the superintendent as a teacher. Not only have we never been asked by central administration how things are going in our classrooms, we were not asked how we felt about this committee, which I believe that many of us would love to be part of. We were not even told there would be a committee. As a matter of fact, we were not and still have not been told by the superintendent that he's thinking about bringing more kids back to school. No one from central administration has ever visited my classroom or reached out to me in any way at all. I spend 4 out of 5 days a week live in person with the children. Yet my experience or opinion does not seem to matter. While our school administrators have been beyond amazing, we have had zero communication from central administration at all this year. I find out the majority of information about my job by watching school committee meetings like this or reading Facebook. This feels disrespectful and hurtful and is really having a negative impact on staff morale. I don't know a single staff member who does not love his, her, or their students and who does not want to help their students' families. We would do anything for them. But many teachers are feeling beaten down and spirits are low. I've been in Brookline a very long time. I'm not going anywhere at this point, but we are going to lose a lot of talented, new, as well as veteran teachers who will look for positions in districts where they will feel valued and respected. There's a reason Brookline has such a high turnover rate of teachers and principals lately, and this year is just going to make it worse. No matter how much you love your job, it's not sustainable to work more hours than you ever have in your life and receive absolutely no respect or validation from the district. We're not asking for a lot. We're just asking to be informed directly by the district of upcoming plans. We're tired of finding out about major changes and plans for our job through parents or on Facebook. It's truly disheartening to feel like we're an afterthought. It would be wonderful. One more sentence. It would be wonderful if someone occasionally asked us for our ideas or contributions, given that we're the ones actually with the children. This would do a lot to restore morale. It's my hope that central administration will take a minute to think about the impact of this lack of communication, that this lack of communication has on staff, and find a way to improve the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. That happens to be the last word in public comment tonight. So we heard a lot tonight. We feel people's pain, for sure, frustration, concerns. We don't respond to public comment individually, but I do want you to know that we do listen, we take notes, we go back and we talk about it, and we bring it to our subcommittees as well. So thank you everyone who shared. And I know that our teachers are working really hard. I know that our parents are concerned about their students, and we are concerned both about students and about staff, as well as families and the community. So I do know there's a lot that we could say, but it's not going to happen now. I will say that David Perlman is organizing some listening sessions at the schools. So that will be coming out very soon for the families and the guardians at the schools. So do look for that for sure. Dr. Marini, would you like to say something?
Mariah wanted to say something first.
I was just hoping you were going to say something, Jim. I was asking if you were going to reflect on what you heard too. Thank you.
Yeah. First, I want to say that yes, Susan, I agree in terms of hearing the comments from the parents. I thought they were terrific. You could hear the frustration, and I really very much appreciate that. And I do think the sense of urgency is important. And the term of plan obviously is heard as a delay tactic. It's not intended to be a delay tactic, quite the opposite. It's intended to get us off the dime to actually begin planning and to go forward with that. So in terms of the comments from the parents, there is no question that I'm hearing loud and clear the urgency to move forward with a plan, and where the committee will put together a meeting next week. And the teacher who spoke, that's unfortunate too, because the memo that I sent out to the faculty, I thought was I thought the faculty that I sent out to the community, I thought the staff would have it by now, but she doesn't. You know, having teachers involved with the process would be fabulous. But I would suggest that the teacher contact her union president on that matter. You know, I can understand. It's unfortunate when a teacher says that they don't know what's going on. They have to pick up the information from watching school committee meetings. That's an issue. That is a problem. I certainly want to address that problem in terms of my communication with principals and that communication. I think that needs to be addressed. I have been getting around to the buildings. I've been to Pierce a couple of times. Obviously, I haven't been in her class, but you know, it's frustrating. I think you can just imagine if I pull myself back and sort of look down at it from above, and if you're a teacher and you're working what appears to be, you know, double duty because you could have kids at home and kids in the building, and the stresses around that must be extraordinary. And at the same time, you have the frustration growing with parents in terms of students who are looking at the computer and not feeling as though they have enough work that that they need to do, and maybe feel a little dismissed rather than the attention's being paid to them. It's obviously a recipe for lots of frustration and misunderstanding all along the line. I totally accept the concern on parents in terms of let's see what we can do to put this plan together. We'll need to move expeditiously on it. One of the parents, as you heard, read the MOA, which outlines a process. So we will need to move truly expeditiously on the process, which is part of the plan for the plan, but I'm not using that term anymore. We'll have to move forward with developing a plan. And as I have heard before at this table and actually at other places, in terms of it doesn't have to be 3 feet or 6 feet. There are increments that can happen in between that would be part of the planning that we would look at. And part of that's, by the way, already underway. But beyond that, I would be lying to you if I told you I didn't feel badly, particularly with that teacher. That is a particularly uncomfortable comment, to be honest with you. And I have a concern about it, quite frankly. But I will certainly follow up with the principals around that, and with myself on that as well. I don't know what else to say, Suzanne, except that so I have this at the end of my slides on the budget presentation. I mean, got to re-energize myself, but on the budget presentation, at the end of the slides, it talks about, I'm putting in there, so how do parents become engaged? And I do say that the school committee has planned a series of listening sessions where the school committee has, David Perlman has been working really through Betsy with a series of dates to arrange for that, to have school committee members listen to the community in a listening session. I think that's sort of traditional here in Brookline. That's planned, that's underway and going to happen. And parents, principals have been, at least they've been encouraged, I'm sure they have been talking with school council members around the budget development to have some input there. And at these public hearings, meetings with the school committee, where the agendas are published and posted, we'll be talking about the budget. We'll be talking about the budget all the way through now. And that's a time for parents to engage in the process and weigh in as well. But I would say, as difficult as it was to hear some of that stuff, I'm heartened by pieces of it as well. I thought the parents were terrific in the way they presented, and I don't know that I can go around to all the schools and talk with parents who are at their wits' end and tell them and give them, really sage advice on how to deal with their children. But I do know that Casey No Miller was meeting today with Maria to plan and she has, I'm just going to say it, Case, that she's been working on planning visits to the schools, or maybe by level, you know, having forums or having presentations by mental health panel 2, I believe they're going to circle back to, and to have presentations at different levels, you know, the primary grades, the intermediate grades, and the older kids, because they have different issues and different developmental stages. And to have people who have a significant expertise to talk with parents about what's happening with their children, what's happening with parents. It's frustrating for parents as well as for students as well. And that feeling of isolation and maybe even like hopelessness. What am I going to do? We're seeing that, and Casey was bringing that forward with Maria and actually setting up a series of these presentations. School committee would be invited. They don't have, nobody has to go. It's not like it's but if they wanted to listen to the presentation from some of the, as you know, people in this community that have considerable expertise in all areas, but this is the area of mental health, that they could engage parents in a discussion and sort of giving some guidance, direction, maybe some action steps they can take themselves in terms of their home, their children, themselves, and finding their center through all of this. So, you know, these, you know, really, quite frankly, these meetings are not easy to sit through. But if you scrape away the expression of frustration and hear the issue, it's a really important issue. I mean, it's a really important issue. I wish I had a magic wand. I do not have a magic wand, but I certainly leave this meeting sort of like more focused on at least moving the ball forward on it, and I think it's a bum rap, quite frankly, to say that central office hasn't communicated with the schools. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's right. You can blame me. That's fine. You can say that you haven't spoken to me. That's probably true, and that's probably right. But you can't say you haven't spoken to some of the people in central office, because they've been in the schools, they've worked with the principals, they've worked with the teachers, and they too are killing themselves to do a good job. So it's a bum rap against the 5th floor. It may not be a bum rap against me, because, hey, she obviously has. I obviously haven't been with this person. She hasn't seen me around the building. Fine, I accept that, no question about it. But not the 5th floor, because those people are in the schools and working with teachers and coordinators and principals all the time. So that's what I would say, Suzanne.
Okay, Mariah, did you want to say something?
I did. Thank you, Jim. I guess what my takeaway was not, what I heard was not Susan at the end, the teacher, Susan Leitman, who's wonderful. The thing that I reflected on most was the parent who spoke before her on the verge of tears, talking about the mental health struggles of her child, and that hurt me. And I heard that in various degrees over and over and over again in this whole parent comment. And I totally appreciate, Jim, about what you're saying about you can't necessarily be in front of every single person, whether it's a teacher or whether it's a parent, right? You don't have that. You're one man, but you're one man who can push that button to start us going towards what we need to do to bring this back. So I really hope we do accelerate this and this urgency from what we heard. I know I felt the urgency even more than I did, and I hope all of us are going to really accelerate this process. And the 2/22/21 spoke to me as well. So I hope we can make that happen, or something very close to that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on now, because we do have a long agenda, but this doesn't mean that this is done. It's not over. We're going to keep working for sure. And I know we will continue to hear from people, because we do hear from people, and that's important that we hear from people. So we're going to move on to the high school course catalog. Mr. Mason, are you doing that with Ms. Monopoly?
Yes.
Okay.
So, all right, I guess I'm going to jump in and just say thank you to Hal for coming to our curriculum subcommittee meeting the other day, and we discussed these course catalog changes. And I think that Mr. Mason did a lovely job explaining the nature of how these courses have come about and the reasons for them. So I just want to, there's three, everyone should have them in their packet at this time. It's Digital Drawing and Painting Foundations, a Digital Drawing and Painting Intensive course, and a Culinary Exploratory syllabus. And those are the three that are up for recommendation, and the curriculum subcommittee did recommend to bring them forward to the full school committee. And I think Hal does a great job. Mr. Mason does a great job of explaining them. So if you're comfortable with that, Mr. Mason, I would love for you to speak to the committee.
Of course, thank you. I'll hopefully serve as a little palate cleanser for everybody tonight before we get into the second weighty discussion of the evening on the budget. These courses are a little bit different this time than in previous years when we've come before the school committee with new courses, because they're courses that have grown out of what's happened this year. You'll remember back in the beginning of the year, I came a couple of times and we talked about how we were narrowing down some of our offerings, how we were changing the way that we're delivering instruction, in part because of the needs of the staff and in part because of how we felt it was a better way. You know, we have such a broad course catalog that it didn't make sense to try to offer complicated offerings in a remote and hybrid world, especially back in September. It just didn't make sense to try to teach with all that breadth. And so we, especially in visual arts and in some degree in the CTE area, we narrowed down some of our curriculum. And the interesting thing that happened is that these new courses that were born out from that very real need that we had became courses that we've come to recognize were vital courses. So the digital drawing and painting is a course that grew out of all of the courses that use the Adobe suite, the Photoshop courses, the Illustrator courses, and the teachers in teaching this, there were 3 teachers who are working with the current digital drawing and painting foundations course. They've recognized that this is a great course and the kids are loving this course. And so we've gone ahead and made this a formal offering, or we're asking your permission tonight to make this a formal offering, as well as an intensive variety of the same course, because it's been so well received by the students who are taking it just in the fall term. We think that this is, you know, it's really a modernization, say, of some of the courses. You know, we've had very discrete offerings that have evolved over time, but we never had this real introductory digital course. We have the materials now, we have the software, we have the computer. And as I described in detail to the subcommittee the other day, it's much easier now to teach these courses because we can use Chromebooks, we can use, you know, introductory level Macs to teach these courses, where in the past we couldn't do that. In the past we needed high-end machines that we could only have inside of a lab, let's say a computer lab, let's say, and technology has evolved to the point where now we can roll this course out even in the world where we were this year with a lot of kids doing it remotely. They were very successfully able to master some of these digital skills. So with the digital painting and drawing, we think this is a really good way that we're going to take. We're not going to eliminate other offerings, but we're going to offer this in addition to some of the other courses that we're offering at the foundation level and at the intensive level. And a similar process happened with our culinary course, where in the past we offered many different courses: baking, vegetarian cooking, Chinese cooking, Italian cooking, and just out of a practical need for this year, it didn't make sense for us to try, especially in September, October, when we were organizing ingredient packages and packing up hundreds of ingredient packages for students and parents to come pick up at the UA building. It didn't make sense for us to try to do that across a whole variety of cooking classes. So instead we narrowed it down to the basic culinary exploratory. And a similar process happened. as the teachers got into this, we recognized this is a vital course, that if we really want to build on what we were doing in culinary, especially looking at next year when we're going to have a restaurant opening in the new building, this culinary exploratory course really should be the introductory course to that whole world, whether it's going to be in the culinary program at the new restaurant, or whether it's going to be moving on then and doing the baking course and doing the Italian cooking course, etc. That getting the skills necessary, knowing your way around the kitchen, knowing your way around how to use a knife, all of those became, we recognize, really important skills, and we feel that it's a good introductory course that we want to add into the curriculum.
Thank you, Hal. So Jennifer, do you want to move that we vote on accepting these 3 courses?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we accept these 3 courses as outlined by Mr. Mason into the course catalog for the 2021-2022 school year. That sounds weird to say. So yes, I would like to make a motion to do so. And if folks are interested in our detailed discussion, they can look at the video as well from our meeting on Tuesday, January 19th, for a more in-depth discussion of these items. And I do want to highlight one other thing as part of my comments, is just to say that Mr. Mason did mention this is in addition to the course offerings, and that this was sort of a natural evolution that teachers and curriculum coordinators felt that was very valuable as well. So there was input from all levels. And I think this is one of those great examples of how, and Hal did a very nice way of discussing this at our subcommittee meeting. It is one way that COVID has taught us something about what works best for our students, and we've learned from that experience. And so I just want to highlight that we've been able to learn something that's going to help students even better. And so, yes, I make a motion.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Dimitri. Any other comments or questions before we vote? Seeing none, we'll go ahead. Helen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes, and thank you.
Barbara?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Dimitri?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you very much, Hal. And
Thank you all. We appreciate it. Please, if you haven't been by the high school lately, you should definitely drive by this week. We've got glass going in. The place looks amazing. We're looking forward to it. We're still growing. Don't forget, we have this whole project because we're getting bigger, and we're still going to be growing into next year. We'll be probably 5% bigger next year, and we're going to have some amazing buildings to welcome the class of 2025 that will be coming in September.
wow. Thank you, Hal, so much for all that you do at BHS. Okay, we are ready for our conversation about the budget. So Dr. Marini and Mary Ellen Norman, Mariah.
Yeah, we're going to do this in tandem.
Okay.
And let's see how we do. Mary Ellen, can you bring up the screen? So my intention tonight is to give an overview of the budget and to show the revenues that we're expecting and the expenses that we believe at this point exist, and we'll show that from the revenue and from to maintain our programs that there's a budget gap, and I will identify that. But as we were thinking about putting the budget together, we are looking at declining enrollment. We have about 900 students fewer in the system. The pandemic, in terms of thinking about the status of the pandemic, and the Remote Learning Academy and the status of that. And we developed budget guidelines informed by the principals, informed by the coordinators, and informed by the school committee. And as we go through, it's the budget guidelines that are going to form the basis of how we go through. So Mary Ellen, can you go to the next slide? And again, what we're trying to do is keep the students at the center of all our thinking. And you can get into the money piece of it and trying to balance the budget and lose sight of why we're balancing the budget. So I just really want to take a moment to say what the mission of the Brookline Public Schools, a lot of pride in the schools, outstanding programs, outstanding teachers who deliver those programs. Go back, Mary Ellen, I'm not done. And outstanding teachers who deliver those programs. And, you know, it says here to ensure that every student develops the skills, knowledge, and to pursue a productive and fulfilling life, to participate thoughtfully in a democracy, and succeed in a diverse and evolving global society. In Brookline, students are involved in the real world, whether it's an assault on our Capitol or it's the killing of George Floyd. Students are encouraged to engage, to talk, to express their views, to decide how they can interact with the world. They're encouraged to do that. Teachers who are skilled at not only their subject, not only the academic piece, but at working with children and helping young people stretch their minds, develop their skills, challenge their thinking, and have them evolve and become who they are in the end. That's the mission of the schools. That's what happens. Outstanding programs. We need to support those programs and support the teachers who are running those programs so that, in fact, they can have the kind of impact on students that Brookline prides itself on and the students pride themselves on. So everything we do, we want to keep the focus on students and all of what is entailed with this. All right, Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen, you're going to have to get a little faster here. All right, okay. So in terms of developing this budget, there are a number of budget guidelines, and I put them all in here because they're really important, and they are the foundation. It speaks to a couple of comments that were made tonight. In terms of the enrollment, we are looking at, even though we're down 900 students, we did a survey, about 40% return on the survey, and of the 40%, the number of students from those families who said they were returning were not the full amount of students. So there's some uncertainty still with the enrollment, but we're proceeding in this way. The kindergarten and grade 1, we're going to use the projected enrollment, what the projections say that we would intend to have without COVID. Grades 2 through 12, we're going to use what's called cohort survival. We're going to roll the next class, the previous class up, and we're going to go with that enrollment with the kids that we have in there and those who we know are returning. That's what we're doing for the basis for the enrollment. We're going to assume a return to, quote, new normal, which really means we're not going to have 6-foot distancing. We're going to have classes scheduled without that distancing. The new normal may mean that there still may be implications in terms of the protocols of cleanliness and all of that, masks, whatever that may be. But as far as the schools are concerned, we are returning to schedule the schools with full classes. There will not be a remote learning academy in our program. We are going to align the budget to support high quality curriculum because that addresses the mission of the schools. And we need to make certain that we have the supplies and the materials so that the kids can learn at the highest level. All right, Mary Ellen. We have to include funding for a strategic plan. Brookline needs a new strategic plan, and it's a planning process. It will take a little bit of money to have somebody come in to guide that process. I think that's critical for Brookline so they can set their direction and reunite people, particularly after COVID, where the whole community is involved to set its values, its goals, and its well, actually, its goals for the next 3 to 5 years as a whole community, and that's what the strategic plan will do. Hopefully, bring people together under the leadership of a new administration. we're going to have to include sufficient funding to support the Office of Teaching and Learning. The Office of Teaching and Learning went from 4 people before last year. There were 2 seniors, a deputy, and a director of professional development. Right now, there's 1 person in that office, Michelle. She's carrying the whole load just by herself and doing an admirable job. But we need to make certain that that office is fully staffed, because it's that office that's the blood and guts of the system, supporting the work of the teachers, instructional strategies, curriculum, making certain there's equity, making certain that students have access to the full range of program. All of that comes out of that office. A return, the ECS coordinator and health and wellness coordinator and after school stipends. These were cut from the budget last year, and we had to make some changes and restructure. That's where the teaching and learning had to be restructured a little bit. Health and wellness coordinator was critical in terms of having that program go across the entire district. The coordination from that's critical. And after school activities, that's the sports program and the performing arts programs. You'll see that later on in the budget, but we have to have, that's a guidance. Go ahead, Mary Ellen. Adhere to class size guidelines. We are going to, I've already asked the principals as they're building the program, adhere to the class size guidelines. And if the class size guideline takes you to a maximum of 23, we're not going to go to the maximum, but we're going to go just under that. But sometimes you have to make a decision on that, but we're going to stay to class size guidelines, and we'll see the impact of that. We're not going to have really small classes. Support efforts regarding staff diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's in the budget. That Khalees has resigned, but that office and that work must continue. And so we're going to maintain that staffing in that office. Ensure breadth of program to include fine arts, fine and performing arts, physical education, world language libraries, career and technical education. That's part of the core of how Brookline defines its programs. We're building our programs to include all of those at this point. Support robust and aligned professional development for district educators. Speaks directly to the mission of the school. For teachers to be able to be performing at the high level that they are performing at, they need to have the professional development so they can continue to grow their own skills, hone their skills, and become energized and sort of have a rebirth all the time with their profession. Teaching is a profession, it's a craft. You hone that craft, you get better each year. Professional development allows for that. Yeah. We have contractual obligations. This is when we roll the schedule next year, the program next year, then with step and column increases and other contractual salary increases that we have to adhere to. We have no choice about that. We are going to meet especially the students who are receiving services in special education. We're going to meet those services unapologetically. We're going to support the social emotional needs of students, especially post-pandemic. That's clearly going to be important. And we want to look at summer school opportunities and that'll be defined as we go through. But we want to look at summer school opportunities that are going to be important for some of our students. Okay, Mary Ellen. So that's those guidelines underpin what I'm going to be talking about now. In the focus of, we need to keep the focus on students. So look at this slide. This is last year. And last year, the town approved a budget of 118 plus million, almost $119 million for the schools. Circuit breaker came in at almost $2 million. Tuition, material fees, $500,000. So the budget for last year, for FY21, coming into this year, for the new fiscal year, was $121,475,537. That was the budget that was going to support the schools after having some serious reductions last year. Then COVID hit, and the town we needed to get additional funding. Supplemental funding came from the town in the form of $1.75 million, and the CARES fund was another million plus. So approximately $2.9 million was in addition to the funded budget from the town. Now, that's going to be important. So that we had 121 million was out of the budget, but we still had close to 3 that we had to spend that they gave us, but it's not in the base. Okay, Marielle. So that's the background going into this year. Last year, we got almost 119 million. This year, the allocation is 117,253. That means that we are $1.75 million less in our funding going forward. So we're already not at level funding. That includes our Chapter 70, which is we believe is going to be level funded from the state. And it cannot carry over any of that extraordinary money that we got from the town because that was one-time money. Circuit breaker is going to increase by 320, so that's terrific. We end up with about 2.3 million. The materials fees were holding flat. So our projected revenue for next year is 120,050,711. That compares to last year. At this point, we are $1.4 million less money than we had last year going forward. Okay, Marielle. So now we have these obligations. These are expenses that I referenced in the guidance. Personnel contracts, they're going to increase by $5 million. Special education tuition increases, that's out of district tuitions, they are going to increase by $825,000. And the transportation that goes along with that, that line item increases by $300,000. We're going to offset that by not having the remote learning academy. We are able to realize approximately $1.4 million, and so we can offset our obligatory payments that we have to make with the savings from the remote learning academy. But our additional expenses are $4.7 million that we have to pay. So from a lower, imagine this now, we're getting less money in our allocation, and we have fixed costs going forward before we do anything. We're in the vicinity of 6 million. Okay, Marianne. So now we have some identified needs that we want to put back into the system. We have to return the health and wellness coordinator as well as the ECS coordinator for the enrichment programs in the schools, and to put those positions back in to run those programs. You can see the dollar amount, 205. We want to return the athletics and performing arts program at their full bore, and that means we have to put the stipend. We have to rebuild that stipend account. We want to retain the innovative curriculum software that was introduced during the pandemic. Some very creative and innovative curriculum. We really want to return that. These are licenses that allow us to do that, and that's 360. We want to have a partial return of curriculum materials and supplies. Marielle, you're jumping me. Supplies and material, and we need to have that in there because some of the programs, the students need to have some hands-on materials in order to actually do the work. Science programs in particular, they need those materials, and otherwise the students' program won't be what we need it to be. It really requires that we provide them with the materials. And then summer programming, at this point we have 150,000 in that program. We're going to be developing that as we go through. All right, Marianne. I talked about the Office of Teaching and Learning. So we're going to realign some positions there, and the deputy's position is in the budget. It just wasn't filled. And so it stays in the budget. but we need to restore a senior director's position. And so in order to do that, we need 150,000. We want to realign this. This is an area that doesn't have a support group that's going to come to the school committee and advocate for it. But I'd like the school committee to take a hard look at this. This is the Office of Finance, and we have a $120 million budget, and we do not have adequate staffing to track that budget, to be as transparent as possible for all users to see the kinds of reports that are timely and that are accurate. So payroll is accurate, and it doesn't rely on one person to be able to make all of this happen, even though there's some support that goes with that position a little bit. In order for the finance department to function at the level it needs to function, providing the town with the kind of reports they need, providing the state with mandated reports, at the end of year reports and such, we need to have, we need to provide more support in that area. So we're looking at adding a budget analyst and a payroll specialist, really. And so that would be a $200,000 increase to the budget. And I'm putting in 90,000 for a strategic plan, which I can tell you Brookline will be very happy to go through that process. So the total for these identified needs, is approximately 1.5 million. And you're going to see the summary shortly. Go ahead, Miriam. So we have 1.485 for the identified needs that I just spoke to. But we're going to have the new high school is coming on board, and we have deferred maintenance that's been going on for a while. So we have maintenance issues, and we have the new high school coming on board, and the public buildings division is in need of funds to support that, so that we can support the new facility. That's an investment that the community has made. We need to protect that investment. So the public buildings is, we're going to be putting 450,000 in this budget to provide for the well overdue maintenance that needs to be done, and a staff member for HVAC, and the larger building that's technologically challenging, to say the least, to have somebody to maintain the building. So we have total the proposed needs, that would be the 1.475 plus the 450, as 1,935,000, plus the expenses that I talked about before, which includes the required expenses, special education, out of district placement, rolling forward payroll, gives us a projected increase to the budget of $6,600,000. Marielle? So if you look at the revenue from this year, it is compared to last year, the revenue is $1,400,000 less than we had from this year, $1,400,000 less. Plus, we need to increase the budget by 6.6 to cover the obligations as well as the proposed needs, broken out as you can see, which gives us a gap for FY22 of $8 million. Now, when we look at this, the way we have discussions that say, well, we have a new president in Washington who is looking to provide funds for the schools. Whether he's going to be able to be successful with his $1.9 trillion or not, I don't really know. But I would anticipate some money coming from the federal government, but we don't know how much or when. And the state has indicated that they would like to provide more money for the cities and towns. We're expecting money from the state. We do not know the magnitude, nor do we know the conditions under which that money can be spent, the parameters for that. So while we have a $8 million gap at this point, I think that, you never really know, but there's an indication that we may be able to get some money from the federal government and from the state government. So where do we go from here? Go ahead, Marion. Where do we go from here? So the principals have been working and they have been developing their budgets and meeting with the coordinators. On Wednesday, the coordinators and the principals were all going to meet as a group. We're going to meet as a group, and we're going to look at class size and see whether, in fact, we are adhering to class size, or we can move those sections. And if we can, we will. We're going to be looking at program. Our base program includes the classroom teacher, the grade level teacher, and then the English, math, science, social studies. And then on the specials, world language, art, music, and physical education. Those pieces are considered the base program, but then there are other programs in the system as well, and we'll have to evaluate to see whether we can, how sustainable and what we think is needed in order to meet the needs of the kids. And then we will make reductions and remove from the classrooms make reductions as far away from the classroom as possible. That's sort of our charge. Stay as far away from the classroom as possible, making the reductions. But it's also true that the budget is comprised of the people business. So we probably have 85, 87% of our budget is in personnel. So if you're going to make reductions and you're making reductions of that magnitude, you are definitely talking about a reduction in personnel. There is no question about that. We are waiting to hear from the federal and the state, but we cannot wait as we develop the budget. But there's a caution there in terms of, and we will have to talk to our representatives and all of that. But and the caution is that that sometimes the allocations change, and while we can't bank on it at this point, we need to be aware of that. We will continue working with the town, obviously, to find money if we can, and I would expect that when I come back next time after working with the principals and with the coordinators, that we will have taken some reductions to propose to the school committee. The school committee, in the end, don't forget, this is the school committee's budget. So the school committee may want to give some direction in terms of sort of the magnitude of reduction that you want to see. And we can talk about how we would go about doing that, but you may want to do that. We'll talk about that in a minute. So what about the community? How does the community have any engagement, and where is their voice going to be heard? Well, the principals are in communication with their school councils, so I'm sure that's an area that we'll be hearing from. The school committee is engaging in listening tours. And there's ongoing budget discussions at these regularly scheduled school committee meetings where the public is encouraged to come and weigh in, as well as a public hearing, which by charter has to be held on the budget. So those are the areas where the public really will, those are the venues for the public to be able to weigh in on the budget. Mary Ellen, can you go to the next slide? The next budget update is February 4, and the advisory school subcommittee is January 28th. So in essence, we have a lower allocation, obligated fixed costs, which will grow the budget. Those two combined, and added to that the initiatives or the programs or the fundings that we need to put back in for the program, leaves us with an $8 million gap. And so now we can talk a little bit about how we're going to approach the reduction of that $8 million. I'm going to approach it with the program people and really scrubbing down to class size and other programs that are in the schools that we may not be able to sustain all of them. And look at it this way: if it's $8 million, and the average, the number that we use for an average, because it includes health insurance and everything else, is approximately $80,000 per teacher. So, when you talk about 8 million divided by 80, it's approximately 100 teachers. So if the 8 million had to be closed, with the exception of, there may be some areas that are not teachers, we could just wipe out PD and all of that. We'd still be talking about, even if 85% were on was personnel, then 85 teachers. I mean, that's like wiping out a whole school, and it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. So we were told that this is going to be, that Brookline and other communities as well, this is an exceedingly difficult budget season because of COVID. Beginning last year, receipts were down in the town. As you know, receipts were down in the state. The state didn't complete its own budget until well into the fiscal year. They were doing a month-over-month budget to get us there. So I am not thinking that this is going to be an easy problem to solve. I think it's going to be really, really, really challenging. And with the principals and the coordinators, we need to really pull together, and the senior staff as a team, to look at what is in the best interest, what's the best program we can develop with the resources we have available. And we have to keep in mind always, what's the impact on students? If we make that reduction, what's the impact on students? And is that the best place to go? I can bring back I would say that the school committee, Mary Ellen, you can shut this down now. If people want to see it again, we can put it up. But an $8 million gap is awful, and so looking at working with the staff in terms of making reductions, I don't know sort of a price point that we could make reductions, and let's see what that looks like in terms of where would we make those kinds of reductions, because are we going to have to go all the way to the $8 million? I don't know, but we've all been around budgets for a long time, and boy, if the state came through with a little bit more money, if the federal government came through with more money, all that's fine, but we're still going to have to deal with a pretty sizable chunk. And when I come back in February on the 4th, I'd like to come back with something that you want to see, and or you don't want to see, actually, but in terms of in terms of the approach to making these reductions, because nothing is obvious here. The only thing that seems clear to me is if you take what's the base program that every kid in Brookline is entitled to have, and that feels to me as though it's your basic academic core program: English, math, science, social studies, and the specials, art, music. I mean, you have to round out the education. You can't take that stuff away from students. And so what is left in the program? And if what's left in the program can't be sustained, then how do we meet that need, or don't we meet that need? I mean, there are, and Hal said, the high school enrollment is actually growing 60 or so kids, but not so at the K-8s, which means when I press on class size, then there'll be some FTEs that some teaching positions that will be eliminated. I do believe that the people who we're taking the remote learning academy out, that money basically was, except for the 1.4, that money was essentially supplemental money. So that's really not going to help us on the budget. But those teachers who were hired really were hired for the remote academy, and some of them were backfilled in the K-8s. But nevertheless, when they were hired because of COVID, those positions are probably all gone. But that still doesn't, they're already gone on this. We're talking of over 40 positions and over 40 teaching positions, and probably another 20 of other positions, whether that be, office, paras, that kind of stuff. Those positions have been already taken out. That's why that accounts for the Learning Academy being gone. That accounts for the supplemental money, not because it's not in the base. So that comes out. So, and time is of the essence, because you're going to want to have something to really get into on the 4th, and there's no obvious place to reduce. So if I think I would ask in a sense, what is a bridge too far, so to speak? See, my responsibility is to present a program budget that meets the needs of the students. School committee's responsibility is to vote a budget that you believe meets the needs of the students. Whether it gets funded or it doesn't get funded is what happened with Prop 2.5. Whether it gets funded is up to the town. But it's the school superintendent's team that has to develop, make recommendations, but the school committee also has an obligation to say that's a budget that we think meets the needs of the schools. Or if the funding is not there, then we have to deal with what we have to do. Best budget for the schools.
Okay. Just a sobering night. Let's just open it up for conversation and comments. Helen, go right ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something because I think there are people listening and people at home about our class size guidelines, just to make sure, because you said, well, we're not going to have small classes. Right. And I think that people get confused. What does that mean? Certainly, we're not going to have classes of 10 or 12 kids. I mean, that as we do today. But to the best of my knowledge, our guidelines from the school committee has been 18 to 21 for kindergarten through 2nd grade, and then up to 25 from 2nd grade on. Yeah. That's sort of been the traditional what we've had. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. But here's where the nuance. I don't want to confuse people, but the nuance. If you have a 3rd grade that has 51 kids, then you can have a 25 or a 26 or 3 17s.
Yeah.
So
right.
So you're going to go with the 3 17s, and then someone's going to say, "But you said you're going to go class size guidelines. Why aren't those 20?" Mm-hmm. The numbers don't work for 20. So we have a number of those circumstances. Yeah.
And we don't know. I mean, you also don't know how many kids will be coming back. I mean, that's the other piece.
That's an unknown. That's exactly right.
We don't know if the international students will be coming next year or if that'll be waiting a year. We don't know about students who are coming back from other facilities. So that's the hard part to gauge. Certainly it was never in a pandemic year, but usually around this time, the town has, moved what it is it's given us every year. It sort of started very conservative, very, very conservative, and then moved to a little less conservative. We hear the governor's budget, which is usually more conservative than and so, I mean, I'm hoping what you were saying, that will move us in a more positive direction to try and close that gap as much as possible. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. And I think, it's going to be difficult. That was all. I just wanted to clarify the class size thing, that it's not that we're going to 30 kids in a class or anything like that. Okay, so that people understand, because they don't know you and they may not know what our guidelines are.
Yeah, no. There's no intention of doing that unless the whole thing collapses and they say, no, close the 8 million. You have no choice but to close the 8 million. Then all bets are off. But at this point, no, with the class size guidelines, thank you, Helen, is that I think the upper level, when you get to the 6, 7, 8 grades, is like 24, 25.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Andy?
Thanks. So the $5 million increase in personnel contracts, is all of that just completely set in stone legally, or is there any opportunity to try to trade some of that off so as not to have to eliminate 100 positions?
Well, I think right now, let's just say that's contractual stuff, but is there an opportunity to look at that? I suppose there's an opportunity to look at everything, but we would have to really get into that a little bit. But that will not be. That's not a slam dunk at all. That, in other words, you don't. It's not like you have discretion over that. That's a negotiations kind of thing.
Right, but it can be reopened if the alternative is to eliminate 100 positions.
You can certainly broach that. Absolutely.
David, did you have your hand up?
Yes, just to this point, I assume that the 5 million anticipated increase is based on regular steps and lanes.
It's steps and lanes and other obligations that we may have in there. Yeah.
And then just another point I wanted to make based on this presentation. I assume that there will be sort of a layered plan, in the sense that some of these variables are unknown currently, such as what money might we receive from the state and federal levels. So can we perhaps see multiple models of, if we get nothing, a worst case scenario, where would we get the 8 million? If we get 3 million, what is it we would do?
Yeah,
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, that's fabulous. So can we be a little more specific about that? In other words, if you were saying, show us what it looks like to cut, to make a X amount of cut. Show us what it would look like to make a Y amount of cut. Can you say what that X and what the Y may be? As a committee, can you say, show us what this much money would look like?
Well, I don't know if David wants to answer it, but David, I could go after you.
I was thinking in certain bands, so it might be as much as 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It could be wider bands. I wouldn't want to micromanage that, but just in terms of approach, I would like to see multiple bands of what it would look like. That way we can get a sense of what you see as our priority list, rather than looking at all on an even playing field.
Yeah, I think $1 million bands may be too tight. I mean, that would be 8 budgets, but 2 million bands might work if the committee's okay with that.
Dimitri?
So I'm not sure if I'm going to respond to your question there, Jim, but it seems to me that either we will need to re-look at your identified needs. And I think there are certain things in the identified needs that you have listed that I would view as priority. I personally would prioritize the central finance team and potentially delay your teaching and learning, your strategic plan and other items to a year, and you give the new superintendent at least a year to get themselves in and then make those decisions. So that could be one way. But even if we were to do that, it's not going to bring us that much when we have a 5 million under the contractual. So it seems to me that, at least for me, it would be helpful to have an understanding of what can we do there, similar to what I think Andy is raising. So it seems to me I need to better understand what's the flexibility around the contractual, what does that mean in terms of potential renegotiations, and still wanting to see a plan for a cut in staffing.
Yeah, that's helpful. That is helpful.
Susan?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. I think this is just sort of an unenviable task overall. Even things like keeping cuts away from the classroom, but then recognizing that there's no way that this won't impact the classroom. And I think we've kind of gone around the bush on this a little bit over the last couple of years about, you know, how much central office do you cut? What does it mean to keep things away from the classroom? And I think one thing that would be really helpful for me is just to understand what is the consequence of not having some of these things. So it seems to me that if there are, you know, a handful, half dozen things that you, as someone who's a fairly seasoned administrator, you know, an educational leader in many different districts, if there's a set of things that you think that Brookline doesn't have at the central office level or anything else, I take that quite seriously. And I would hope that you can sort of maybe help us articulate, by not having this, what is it that we are not able to do, so that we don't sort of, I think there's a lot of wishful thinking, a lot of magical thinking in terms of, well, you know, we'll just sort of make it work with the people we have. And I think, you know, this year has sort of shown that that's potentially not as possible as we might like. So I guess I would sort of really appreciate a conversation about the consequence of not having things, in addition to all the wonderful things that those positions can do, because I'm probably sold on that side.
Okay, so let me again just reiterate what you're saying. I'm going to combine what you're saying with what David is saying. If we did this in a tiered way, we took a tier, and then if with the reductions that go along with that tier, we had an impact statement. So that if we cut Susan Wolf-Ditkoff from the school committee, what's the impact of that? Yeah, right. No, you know, we know it'd be no vaccine, no the testing of teachers, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's what you mean, you know,
yes.
Reduction.
Yes, and I guess I would suggest just one observation, having written a lot of budgets. I mean, budget scenarios are hard, and so I would be perfectly comfortable with something like 2 scenarios, or I certainly don't need 5 scenarios. But I do think that this level of what do we lose if we don't have X? Yeah. And then is that important to us relative to other things that we lose? And we might, you know, that's how in my mind we would make a decision about a strategic planning effort this coming year versus the fact that we have needed a strategic plan for quite some time, and it kind of keeps getting on the chopping block relative when it kind of gets down to it. So for me, the scenarios are absolutely helpful. I don't need that many of them, but others may. For me, it's about like, what do we get and what do we not get? So we're not overly optimistic about what any given budget is going to be able to do. We're very transparent with the community about work that isn't going to get done under different scenarios.
Yeah.
Barbara, I'm gonna get everybody a chance once, Helen, then I'll start again.
Okay.
As I think about the budget, I think about the fact that we really have to be careful to make sure that in our budget we are supporting children who most need this support, and that we are being equitable in every way. And so when I think about it, for example, I would not necessarily want to cut something like the calculus project. But I might decide I could cut, although this affects across the board, I might decide I could cut the coordinator for the gifted and talented, which we don't call it anymore, but I can't think of whatever it's called. Anyway, I would think about who has the most needs that will not be able to be met if we cut this program. Clearly, that would mean children who had special needs, you wouldn't cut. We might, for example, and I would hate to see this happen, cut the world language program. I'm very much in support of that, and I don't want to cut that. But that would have less effect, I think, on children who had greater needs, or where we felt that the equity was not as clear as it might be.
Yeah. Yep.
Others that haven't spoken yet? Jennifer, Mariah? I mean, you don't have to, I'm just trying to give you a chance. Okay, you're both Mariah, then Jennifer.
Why don't you let Jennifer go first?
Okay, Jennifer, then Mariah. Sounds good.
Jennifer doesn't have anything enlightening to say. This is awful. That's all I have to say. This is depressing. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, so I look forward to further discussion in February.
Mariah.
So my comment is just sort of reflecting what Jim said at the beginning about our job is to put forward, and I think what Jim said at the end too, our job is to put forward a budget that presents a high quality of instruction for students, and we need to do what's right there. And so I think I totally agree with Susan that it's too much probably to have too many scenarios of budget. That's not that's going to slow down our planning at a time that we don't want to slow it down. We want to have some answers. So I think that we need to sort of steer towards what is the right thing, and then we need to work to secure the resources to the best of our collective ability to make that happen. And it will mean some trimming and thinking hard about what our priorities are to secure that high quality instruction, but it will also mean not living to not perhaps accepting the lowest amount or the lowest figure. We really need to push to see what we can do to secure the funding.
I think that's great. Can I respond to that, Suzanne?
Sure. Yeah.
Mariah, I want to just say on that line that I do not intend, in fact, I won't, put forward a cut that I know will be not sustained by the community. So I won't put forward a cut just to get the community riled up. For example, I wouldn't cut the sports program. No more athletics in any place in Brookline. I would not offer that because that's not going to survive. And if it's a tactic to get people to come forward to say we have to save the sports program, we need an override, for example, I am not going to do that. I am going to ask the administrators to make the cuts that they see will preserve the best academic program that we can. And if we can't get there with the depth that we have, then I'm going to come back here and say, these are the options. And then I would put those options out there, because whatever decision gets made, absent additional money, we're going to have to live with it. So the cuts are going to have to be real, and they still may not be sustainable, but they can't be done as a tactic. They have to be done, from my perspective, they have to be done in a way that we may have to live with this. And if we have to live with it, does this best serve the needs of kids? And that's, I'll tell you, it's hunker down. And if you think if I think the calls tonight were difficult to listen to, then the other, we are going to be as transparent as we can be about this. I'm sorry, Helen, I'll come right over to you in a second. But the other thing that I want to caution us about, I want to caution myself about, is because the numbers may change, and at the same time, we have to make the cuts according to the numbers that we have, then it's likely that we're going to have something that is put up for reduction that may ultimately not be reduced. So now let's say, Susan, I'm going to pick on you again. Let's just say that we're going to cut Susan Wolf Ditkoff because, you know, she just takes up too much space. So we're going to cut Susan Wolf Ditkoff. And then you know what? We get a bigger screen. So Susan doesn't have to be cut. Now Susan's back and she says, well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I mean, you voted me off the island and there I go. And now I'm back and you want my energy to be up and doing that. So that too is a balance. It's a balance because you have to make the cuts. You can't make if you're going to be transparent, you have to say where the cut is. But if you make the cut and it turns out that it doesn't have to be a cut, we need to be very, very aware of that. I need to be very, very aware of that. And we've already had these discussions, by the way, in terms of communicating. My expectation is that we will have the difficult decisions done by March. By March, the state's budget will not be done. I'm not sure the federal government will be done. We need to have our budget done at that time, because if there are teachers who are going to be ripped out, we need to construct that list with in a way that's orderly, and then as we communicate that, we don't want to do that as a rush to the end where we end up having to do a broad swath of people who are gone and then you bring them all back. But I mean, really, we could be in a situation where come March, we make a number of reductions and we say to those teachers, absent additional money, then your job is gone. If we get additional money, you will be called back. I do think we're going to be in that situation as well. I don't relish this at all, but I do think we need to be pretty grounded in what we're talking about here. Pretty grounded. And if the numbers are real, I do think that the community will understand if the numbers are real and if we're transparent about it, and you know we're showing people what we're dealing with, then you know people try to come together to figure out a way to help. But what doesn't help is that the people who may be whose positions may be in the balance. It's just a stressful time for them. But it's another reason why doing it in March, because if it ends up being real, then those people have an opportunity to get a job somewhere else. If it happens in June, they have less of an opportunity to do that.
So Jim, I just want to have you clarify, you've mentioned that the RLA will not be in the budget for next year. Right. But those teachers who are professional status are still in our yes. Hire.
Yes, they are, because those people were backfilled in the buildings. And so the ones who did the backfilling are the most vulnerable ones, yeah.
Right, okay.
But the ones who are professional status, they are still in. And, you know, I think I said there's like 40 or so positions that are already taken out.
Yeah. So one thing I would just maybe suggest, I don't know if you can do this, is, you know, we're talking about the different scenarios and you know, yeah. The impact is perhaps to have a year or two out. Like if we can't hire this or fill this position this year, we would expect we could do it next year. Not that we know that would happen, but you know, what positions could we put out for a year if we needed to? That might be helpful to know.
Yeah, I think that would be aspirational, however, but we can certainly do that. It seems to me we can do that, but I don't know. We wouldn't be able to do it with any funding. We would be able to do it with, we'd just be aspirational. We would put that
No, you couldn't promise that it would just be aspirational. Yeah, yeah. Helen, did you have a comment? And then David?
David, did you talk already? Oh, okay, because if not, I was going to give you.
Everybody's spoken, Helen. We're going round two, so go ahead.
All right. You know, this is for people who are new on the school committee, this is a very difficult time. When I first came on the school committee, Susan has heard this 20 times already, there was a $4 million deficit. And $4 million then was probably $10 million in today's money. Exactly. We ended up cutting full programs like, it's probably more than 10 million even, because the budget was less than 50 million, I think, at the time. You know, programs like home ec and shop in the elementary schools, and music, the recorder the kids play in 4th grade, etc. All that, but that isn't, you know, that doesn't help us in this situation now. I want to be somewhat optimistic that more funding will come through. The legislators did say that the state revenues were more than what they expected in the last quarter. So that's a very important piece. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Jim, is to, and I'm sure they're doing it anyways, the principals, but being creative about things like, you know, if you have that 51 kids type of scenario, what if you had a 1-2 grade, you know, sort of, you know, grades where you had, you know, half the kids were first grade, half the kids were, especially because we have so many kids who've missed out. It may be even a more appropriate way to help kids to catch up to some extent. So, you know, things like that, maybe even asking teachers where they would do the cuts, you know?
Well, I can't do that.
I know you can't. Well, but the principals could.
Well, they probably can have discussions, but you know, there are ground rules around that in terms of soliciting that information directly from the staff.
Yeah. Okay.
Although they could do it through school site council, and those perhaps have some teacher representatives on it.
Well,
that's one of the jobs of school site council, is to advise on the budget. So that's a possibility. David, I jumped in. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify my earlier remarks about bands. I'm not looking to create additional busy work by having tons of different budgets. I think my point was closer to Susan's, that I think if we could have maybe not just impact statements, but sort of tiered impact statements, so there's some kind of way to measure the impact of one program against the impact of another. Because if it's all just in a vacuum, it'll be a little difficult for us to compare. And I know there's some inherent difficulty in that because there's a lot of subjectivity in these determinations, but you and our other administrators are the experts in being able to weigh those competing factors. And it would be helpful for us as school committee members, or at least for me, to be able to understand your thinking and what your priorities would be in a tiered format.
Yeah, I so appreciate that. That's great.
Okay. We may close this discussion for now. We're looking forward to February 4th. I would guess if people have other ideas, thoughts, concerns, you could certainly send them to Jim, right, Jim? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Yeah.
That would be helpful.
And Suzanne, the public also who's listening, or whoever, they can also be sharing their thoughts about the budget too, right?
Right, and on February 4th, we have a public hearing on the budget. There will be some information, I believe, Jim, online before the February 4th date.
What do you mean, Suzanne? What information?
You had talked to Robert about putting something on.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Dimitri?
Jim, I just wanted to know how much of the budget situation will you be communicating with the teaching staff in the district? So again, so that everybody understands what the budget situation is and what kind of communication will be going out.
Well, I I can't communicate. I can give information. Let's state it that way.
Yeah.
Give information. So when I meet on Wednesday with the principals, then we probably will construct something to send out to everybody.
Okay.
That would probably be a good thing to do. That would be a very good thing to do. That to let people know the magnitude of what we're dealing with here in terms of the budget. And you know, it's not. I mean, nobody's trying to withhold information, and I know you're not suggesting that at all, Dimitri. I'm not saying that at all. But nobody's trying to withhold information, and yet, if you're giving information, sort of too frequently, the information's not solid, and then the information changes, and then you know, because this is a budget, and a budget is a plan, and it shifts, and somebody gets an idea, and you get the combination classes, for example, that Helen is talking about. So, you know, let's say that was an idea that came, then you put that out. All of a sudden, people saying, "What? I'm teaching a combo 3-4 grade," you know, kind of thing. So, you know, I definitely want to be transparent. I told the principals and the coordinators they're going to get every bit of the information because they're going to be involved with it. I also told the coordinators I'm going to be meeting with them school committee meets Thursday. I'm meeting with the coordinators on Wednesday. I meet with Jess and the union Wednesday afternoon. And I've said to them that I want to keep you informed of what's happening with the budget, but the school committee has to get the budget before you get the budget. But I want to keep them informed about what's happening. So when you go back, for example, to you know, a teacher who may think that I'm not communicating with them, there are in some areas that I can't. You know, I have to go to the union, and then the union has to do the communicating. But but I think I
thank you, and I totally understand it.
So that's a good comment. I should be held accountable that to get information out to people so there are no surprises to people. No surprises, no surprises, no surprises.
Yeah, Helen?
Yes, so I'm looking at the calendar and I'm trying to figure out, we have a school committee meeting on the 4th and one on the 11th. Is that correct?
Yes, Mary Ellen asked for one on the 11th, right, Mary Ellen? So we posted
But
that.
I'm wondering, I think it's the 15th that we have to vote the bottom number, correct, Mary Ellen?
Yeah, so that you would be voting what we know from the town for the bottom number. Then you would be modifying that, coming into town meeting. If that number then modifies again, you'd be voting again. The question would be the timing of the public hearing, because the public hearing is supposed to be closer to when the budget's complete. And so I don't know that we would, because we're not going to have a completed or sort of, I guess completed budget. I'm not sure that public hearing on the 4th, it may be worth having a public hearing for the committee to get input from the community, but it may be, the committee may want to schedule a second one differently or later once we know kind of where the state and federal fundings is coming in. But that could be April or July or November.
Well, like to this year, right?
So
no, because what I'm thinking is we'll have more information probably towards the end of February, but certainly even a week later. Every week I think makes a difference. So to put you on a timeline for the 4th, you know, and be pressured, I'm wondering if we can move that up. We can vote the bottom line on the 11th, you know, whatever that number is that we know we're going to get, and it may change between now and then allow you time to really do the things that you need to do to figure out what makes sense, and take a little more time. Susan, you've had experience with this. What's your thought?
So, you know, I think that this is an evolving process. I think that it's important to at least give some broad level parameters about what is it that we're trying to accomplish with different budgets. because that is the kind getting to the level of detail, we're not going to be there. But I think just these, here's what we're trying to accomplish. That might be easier to do earlier, and then to kind of get some agreement on those priorities, because I think then there's work to do for several weeks after that to get the details.
So in terms of the public hearing, though, is that what you were asking, Helen, if we should move that back? Or?
Yeah, no, because I think it's important for the public to have something to react to.
Yeah.
They need to react to something. It's not just sort of a public hearing on what do you want from the public schools of Brookline. It's a budget hearing, and they need to understand what are the trade-offs that we're considering, so that they can then come and say, here's how I feel about those trade-offs. In my opinion, if I were as a member of the public, when I'm a member of the public, I want to know what's the decision so that I can say what I think about that decision.
Right, and we won't be ready for that on the 4th. Probably not even the 11th, for that matter. So it just seems to me that
let's have Jim and Mariah.
Why don't you guys think about it and figure out what makes the
we'll
right.
Figure that out. Yeah, we'll see how far we are, what makes sense, and what input we need. As Mary Ellen said, maybe we'll have several public hearings on the budget. Okay. We are going to move on now. Is that okay, Jim?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say it is an iterative process, and I appreciate what Helen is saying, but part of me wants to push to bring something back on the 4th, even though it probably will change based on the conversation we have here. But I do think having the latitude, bring something back on the 4th, knowing we're coming back. I think, Suzanne, we may end up scheduling a number of additional meetings as we get moving down the path a little bit on this budget, because we're not going to be able to wait a week or 2 weeks before we come back and talk about the budget again. We may have to, once we start getting solid numbers, we may have to do this additional budget meetings and allowing people to weigh in, because people are going to weigh in, and not just the community is going to weigh in when the reductions appear to be out there. We're going to have staff weighing in. We're going to have.
We can have additional meetings, but do know that we have 3 meetings scheduled in February, 3 meetings scheduled in March, and 3 meetings scheduled in April. So we have quite a few meetings scheduled already.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So we can probably fit them in somewhere. Yeah.
I would, Susanna.
Yeah.
There's one final comment, which is, I think that when we are asking the public for input, it's just important to be clear what input we're asking from them. Because otherwise it's like, we want it all, right? What does the community want? The community wants everything. So do we. So I think giving people trade-offs is probably helpful.
Yeah, I think
good point. That's fair. Okay. Dimitri, we're moving on to you on your roles and norms of the Brookline School Committee.
Okay, thank you. So in your packet, we have redistributed the roles and norms. I've reworked the document. We've eliminated draft. I believe it's ready if you all are to vote on it tonight. Jim, you will see that where you and many others had asked for sort of the clarity around the communication. So if you look at the communication section, I think we've addressed how we would be communicating both with central admin, superintendent, and when things would go through the chair of subcommittees. We've addressed that.
Great.
And then I think the top sections are pretty much consistent. It's just, the spirit in which we would work as a team.
So are we voting on this? Is that the idea?
Yes, I think we're ready to vote. And I'm sorry, Suzanne, one thing I would want to say is we could vote for this tonight, but my sense is we probably would need to get on a schedule of voting the norms every year.
Okay.
So an annual rotation, potentially at the beginning of the year. So when you have a new school committee, again, we're voting it, we're revising it, because my sense is it looks like best practices from our surrounding districts is they're reviewing these on an annual basis and adjusting as need be.
That's right.
Sounds good. Do you want to move that we?
Yep. So I will make I'll I will make a motion that we vote to adopt the Brookline school norms as guiding norms for the Brookline School Committee.
And do I have a second from David? Okay, conversation, comments, questions, Mariah?
I think they're really good. My only question, which is still hanging out there, is this question of communication from the public and how that gets managed and sort of the group dynamic around responding to those, which I don't think is in the communication section yet, as I interpreted it. And it seems to make clear that like the school committee channels things to the superintendent or to the subcommittee chairs, but then just routine comments that come in from the public that don't require a forwarding, like how do they get responded to? Because that's something that we're always getting complaints about, is people never hear back and they feel like they're just shouting into the void. And so that doesn't feel addressed yet. I'm not saying it would hold me up from voting yes. It just feels like an unfinished problem to solve.
Mariah, I think if I remember correctly, the last time we had discussed this as a committee, what we had said would be we would all have the responsibility to respond to communication from the larger public unless the item was a particularly hot and pressing item, which at this point we would want the chair of the school committee to report. So I could go ahead and add that line in it if you think that would sustain that, unless you wanted it to be governed.
Well, maybe we shouldn't, if you're going to vote it tonight, maybe we should continue thinking about it and working through it for a best practice going forward, as opposed to putting that in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we need to think about it a little bit more. That particular one, we could still vote what we currently have, but I think that particular piece needs to be worked out a little better. Susan, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just on that one. I mean, one thing that worked in the past when I was a child, Helen, is the chair and the vice chair or the vice chair responded to every email and said, thank you for your email. We've got it. We're going to read it. Just so that people got something. Or, in some instances, like when I was chair, I would write, this issue will be discussed on the, May 8th docket or whatever it is. Just so people knew, here is because usually it was like a hot topic. So we either talked about it so I could send them to the minutes, or I guess now the big link, and then, or we were going to talk about it and they were welcome, you're welcome to come to public comment and express your thoughts. But, something that's it's not quite a form letter, but it's kind of close because we can't respond to every single one. We get, 300 emails a week. But just something. And then I think we then had some chairs who were not interested in doing that, and they kind of delegated it a little bit. And I think that was somewhat successful. I think it really depended. The only thing about each of us responding individually is that we have been charged with open meeting law violations when if we reply all, and we are deliberating on a topic through email that we are about to vote on, that can get complicated. So each of us responding to emails on issues, even if they seem innocuous, it's still sort of a daisy chain, risk. So at any rate, just want to put those two things out there.
Yeah, that's good. That's helpful. That's really helpful. Jennifer?
Yeah, I mean, but I think I'm just thinking about what Susan's saying, but I think if it's not a reply all and it's a reply to an individual, then we don't run into that issue. But I do think that it's problematic. One, I think there's such a volume that it is very difficult for each of us to respond to those individual ones. And I think we do need to come up with a solution to this, because it's an ongoing issue. And I think that we do need to resolve that so people understand that we are reading them, because it's just very challenging to balance all of it. And I really understand and feel for community members who reach out to us and want a response. And I think this plays into our larger conversation about even public comment and it's not a dialogue, it's a listening session essentially. And so that's a source of frustration for community members. And so I do think that we need to really think about how we resolve this issue with communication. And I don't know if that's a place that belongs in roles and norms and things like that, roles and norms, but I do think we need to figure it out.
Yeah, I agree. Jim?
I don't know whether this is a worthwhile suggestion or not, but the school committee has subcommittees that work long hours on a whole bunch of things. And I don't know whether somebody could be the subcommittee of communication. And that person just deals with doesn't go to any other subcommittee meetings, doesn't deal with anything except communication. You can do it at midnight, you can do it for breakfast, you can do it at any time, but but I don't know whether that would work, but it would require then that that person periodically sort of report out. This is the tone and tenor of the emails we're getting. These are the kinds of things we're hearing. And if it's something that's important, then talk to the chair about, or flips it over to me, have a conversation with me about it. But I do think the responding, if I didn't have Betsy, I couldn't respond to any of them. So that may work, it may not work, but I do think it needs to be resolved.
Jim, what do other school committees do? Do you know?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is an unusual, I hope it's unusual. You don't usually get this volume, do you?
Only when there's problems.
Every year there's something that goes on.
Well, generally speaking, Robin, brace yourself. Generally speaking, the secretary to the school committee fields all of the communication, and then it's somehow just brought up to the school committee, and then the school committee decides whether but that's the way it's been done. I think email now, there's too much direct communication. I think it really may actually take a little bit of a study group. I don't think we should find out what other districts are doing, and we should find what larger districts are doing.
Yeah. David, does policy want to take this on?
I think we already have somewhat with Dimitri generously drafting this policy.
Oh, we've got that, yeah.
That's a discussion of it. But yes, we can continue to work on this in terms of figuring out how to improve our communication response rate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at this point, we've looked at Cambridge, Concord, Sudbury, and I'm blanking on the one more community. This was not handled in their school norms and committees. I mean, when we looked at those, sort of how do they respond to the community was not handled. We could get that information, but I think it would require phone calls.
But Brookline gets a lot of emails because that's sort of the culture here.
But Cambridge is too. Cambridge has the same, but they're paid. That's the difference.
Yeah, it's pensionable too, but they're paid, yeah.
Yeah, so I think maybe we'll give this back to Dimitri, David, and Jennifer, if you wouldn't mind doing, we'll vote on the norms tonight, but this communication piece, if you could just do a little legwork and little research and find out what others might be doing that might be helpful to us. I mean, I suggested, I take A to K and David takes, L to Z or something, I don't know, last names and figure it out, but maybe
I'm looking at it right now for Cambridge, what Cambridge has for, they have a section for how they handle public comment, which is separate than the norms.
Yeah, well, we do public comment, but
we can try and talk with Glenn Kuchar too, and maybe he
that'd be
knows
good.
what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so let's vote now if we can on what we have in front of us, knowing that it's not complete, but it's.
Just one clarification: is this a policy or is this just our own rules and norms?
These are just our own rules and norms, and we need to be revisited.
I'm ready to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, Helen.
I'll move it. Yes.
Oh, it's already. I think it's been moved and seconded. Yeah. So Helen.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
Susan.
Yes.
Barbara.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
Dimitri.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And thank you very much, Dimitri, for doing this work for us. I really appreciate it. Okay, we are slowly moving along. We are up to subcommittees and liaison reports. I know we're, a good hour and a half behind. We do have reason to go into executive session. So we do need to do that. Could we just do the subcommittees quickly, or if you want to, you can wait till next month. It's 2 weeks, so it's up to you. But I mean, I'm just be aware of the time, that's all. Jennifer, you got your hand up, then Mariah.
I'm going to make this really quick because our meeting is recorded, but I want to give the highlights. We've already talked about at our past meeting on Tuesday, the 19th of January, we did discuss the BHS course catalog changes. We also had a somewhat in-depth conversation on gap filling, which I thought was very helpful, and our discussion of summer school and what that could look like and how are we going to help meet the needs of students based on this school year and the past spring. So I did think that was a conversation. There's more to come on that, but they're convening a group of partner organizations as well to discuss summer school, what that might look like, and how we can help with filling some of these gaps. That was probably the biggest chunk of our meeting. So people may want to review that video as well, or feel free to reach out to me for an update. And then a short update on essential curriculum. Our next meeting is February 23rd from 4 to 5:30. We will be following up in February and probably in our March meetings on summer school follow-up. Some of the questions, Michelle Herman was there as well, and Meg Massini, who would qualify, how many kids do we think we can manage, what would the format be, both length of day and content, and whether it be interdisciplinary, and a discussion of, making sure all the grade bands are covered, including middle school grades. So we'll be talking about that and interventions that are currently happening to fill the gaps at our February meeting. Again, that's on the 23rd from 4 to 5:30.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Mariah?
Thank you. So to follow on the cheery news about the fiscal year 22 budget, I just wanted to provide a quick update for this year's budget, just to make sure everyone has heard that right now we are, and Mary Ellen, correct me when I get something wrong, I know you will, but roughly a little bit less than $1 million in deficit. There is a reserve fund transfer in place, a marker for $1 million. So those things roughly balance each other out. The almost $1 million deficit includes the base support that we had voted previously, as well as the additional facilities costs that have been incurred as some of the result of some of the work that needed to be done this year. And however, that almost $1 million deficit does not include any cost of living, like any COLA-like adjustments that we would need to, or we would choose to provide for this year. So that is in addition to what we talked about in fiscal year 22, that's the status of fiscal year 21 that was discussed at our previous finance meeting last week.
Thank you, Mariah. Does anyone else have something they want to report?
Yeah, I do, and it has to do with capital. We discussed the tents and the bids that we got back for the tents that we had used in the fall. And the committee at the time said, yes, we should, move forward on the tents if the principals want them. And I guess in listening to this conversation, I would like to ask you, Dr. Marini, to confer with the principals and find out, not only is it not that it's a nice to have, but that they really need them to operate this spring. Because whatever ones they don't, we don't need to order. We don't have a funding source for it yet either, according to Matt Gillis. I don't know if that reserve fund transfer could be used for some of that. Certainly, Mary Ellen could, ask for part of it. But before we even get to that, and we need to do this quickly because pretty soon there won't be a question because there won't be any tents on the market to get. So if you could, really, I think Matt Gillis was also reaching out to them, but I think in talking with him, I would like to find out. It's a $150,000 item, more or less. If we get all of them, I know we won't get all of them because, there's some that weren't used, but
Okay, yeah, I will definitely, I'll send them an email. That's the quickest way to do it.
Thank you, Helen. David?
At the last policy meeting on the 11th, we received an update on current attendance procedures. It appeared to be the general consensus that no policy changes are needed for attendance at this time. However, we felt that the policy meeting would be a good vehicle to at least discuss what's taking place with attendance, because we want to be responsive to feedback we've been receiving from some concerned parents and other members of the community around our current attendance practices. We also had an initial discussion over the policy on student grouping, inclusion, and placement. The purpose of this initial discussion was more for educational reasons. I think it can be beneficial for the community to hear what we're currently doing, because sometimes that can help assuage concerns. Just because we bring something up in policy doesn't mean that we're looking to change it wholesale. But it can be important from time to time to check in on seeing whether there is an alignment between our practices and what our policies currently state. And if there is not, that's an opportunity for discussion to see whether we should be changing the policy to reflect the practice or the opposite. We determined that we need to get a lot more input from administrators and educators so that we can have a better understanding about whether we need to modify the policy or modify the current practices. And we took a similar approach to the other two policies that we discussed, student rights and responsibilities and special services. There is some hope that at a near-term policy subcommittee meeting that we would meet jointly with finance to address our fiscal policy. It's a very lengthy policy. There has been some initial drafting work done on it, but we really need our experts like Mary Ellen and as well as her counterparts on the town side to chime in, because it's very heavy in procedure. It's one of the few policies we have that's actually very detailed on the procedural component. And so that's going to require some additional support from our administrators and refining those aspects to bring them up to date.
Thank you, David. Helen, did you want to talk about superintendent search at all?
very quickly, it's moving along and we will be doing interviews.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything about government relations since we had the legislative team?
Yes, that'll be 2 sentences or 3. We had an excellent government relations meeting. Most of the school committee was able to attend. Almost all of our legislators came this year, except for one, due to, I think, the remote ability to do it. It's interesting. That was one of the things that we asked them for, to look at legislation to be able to continue remote meetings when needed. And they were going to be looking at that. We also obviously talked about the budget and and holding us harmless in terms of Chapter 70. I think they're certainly working with us. So I think some of us got a call from Tommy that the revenues are looking better, and hopefully that will make a big difference in our budget. So I think.
Thank you, Helen. Does anybody else have any announcements or new business before we go into executive session? Susan.
I was going to say one brief thing on the Driscoll School project. I know we've been getting sort of an uptick in emails. There are some, unfortunate, it's really out of date information in those emails. The windows do open, for example, things have been rethought given the pandemic. So there will be a community forum on February 1st from 6 to 8, which is about 10 days from now. There have also been a number of questions about the geothermal wells, which is sort of a multi-million-dollar item, and it seems like an easy one, but it's actually sort of complicated when you get into it as to what the best answer is. So all those things are getting discussed both at the building commission next Tuesday night at 6, but then more, you know, with the community, and then, sorry, building commission next Tuesday at 6 p.m. Next Thursday morning is the building committee meeting, the Driscoll School Building Committee meeting at 7:30 a.m. And then the community forum is on February 1st. So if anyone is interested in that set of things, we have a busy 10 days on that one.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move that we go into executive session. Motion to meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapters 30A, Section 21A for the following purposes. Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, non-aligned personnel. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals, and AFSCME, School Food Services, Brookline Educational Secretaries Association, Building Services Employees, and to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation, EDCO collaborative, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meeting, December 7th, 2020. Do I have a second to that? Thank you, Mariah. Okay, Helen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Dimitri?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And we will not be returning to open session at the end of executive session. Helen?
Are we staying on this one and just locking it?
I don't think so.